starting off pretty good. I'll call State of Wisconsin versus Martice Fuller.
State appears by Deputy District Attorney Angelina Gabrielle and District Attorney Michael Gravely.
Martice Fuller appears in person with Carl Johnson and Jillian Scheidegger.
We were in the process of
1-8.
the examination of the witness. I will re-swear her. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Did I take it?
Please be seated.
Okay.
And you may proceed.
Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 18 back on? Thank you. Officer Valeri, yesterday we left off looking at Exhibit 18, which is on the screen behind me. Can you describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is a picture after we cut out the section of the carpeting in Kaylee's bedroom.
And why was a picture of this taken?
Just to show each step as we process through the scene, so there would be no questions as to what went where.
Is this the area of the subfloor where you found the projectile?
Yes.
Okay. And where, can you, using the laser pointer, could you just show the jury where that was located?
It would be in this area before we had pulled up the carpeting.
And was that projectile collected and preserved as evidence?
Yes, it was.
And were the other casings and items that you described yesterday collected and preserved for evidence?
Yes, they were.
And how was that done?
Each item would be individually collected and individually packaged. We typically identify the item on the outside of the package, seal them with evidence tape, and we place our initials and the date that it was sealed over the evidence tape so that it is tamper-proof, and then they'll be placed individually into evidence.
And why is it done that way?
It's done that way. First of all, we put each item individual so that there's no cross-contamination from one item to another. We seal each one, as I said, so that it's tamper-proof. That way, if somebody looks at the packaging at a later date, they would know if somebody had attempted to retrieve that item and possibly do anything to it. And we place them into a secure locker that we no longer have access to, just to kind of create some integrity within the department. And then it's turned over to the Identification Bureau, who is a civilian through Kenosha Joint Services, which is technically even a different agency altogether, just to create no question about what happened to that evidence. There's a chain of evidence is what we call. So we actually enter all of this into the computer so you'll know exactly what date and time and locker that we placed all of this into.
And that's based on training that you've received?
Yes.
Now, did you find evidence in the bedroom or in the home of the Juga home, in the home of the Jugas, that was consistent with Mrs. Juga being shot twice?
Yes.
And can you describe what that was?
In total, in the residence, we located 7 fired casings. Kaylee Juga had 5 injuries to her person. In addition, the parents' bedroom that I had detailed earlier, there was numerous areas of blood starting from approximately the entry door to her bedroom, through the bedroom, and then through the bathroom. And I had later reviewed some photographs of Stephanie Juga as well and was advised of her injuries.
And based on the casings that you found in the Juga home, were you able to make or come to an opinion as to where the shooter was at the time that Ms. Juga was shot?
Unfortunately, one of the casings was actually located on the first floor of the home. So that wasn't really useful. How I detailed earlier how I was able to use the casings in Kaylee's bedroom, knowing that they hadn't been disturbed, to identify that location. I couldn't be 100% certain about this location because the casing was found downstairs, which indicated to me that it had likely either rolled, because that flooring down there was a smooth wood floor, or it had possibly been knocked out of the way by the efforts of the people who initially went into the house to render aid to them, or by the shooter themselves.
Could we go back to Exhibit 7, please? So Officer Valeri, this is the landing at the top of the stairs to the second floor of the Juga home. And there's a railing, correct?
Correct.
And does that railing overlook the area where was it the casing or the projectile that was found downstairs?
The casing was located downstairs.
Okay, so does this balcony or landing overlook that area where that casing was found?
Yes, it does.
And does this suggest to you that it's consistent that the shooter was likely in this landing area at the time that one of the shots was fired?
It is very
Objection.
likely.
I think it calls for speculation.
Rephrase.
Is it consistent, based on what you observed, that the shooter would have been in the landing area for the casing to have landed downstairs on the first floor?
Objection again. I think it's calling for her speculation about how it may have landed in that location.
Because she is the evidence technician, she can testify as to her opinion as how that could have happened and she believes a shooter was located. So I think maybe separate the question into a couple of different questions.
Officer Valeri, you testified yesterday about the ejection path of casings from a 9mm Makarov. You recall that?
Yes.
And it is right and to the back, correct?
Correct.
So if someone were standing on the landing or in the landing area, where would you expect the casing to be ejected towards?
If the individual was standing on the landing and had the muzzle, so the end of the barrel of a firearm, pointed towards the parent's bedroom, which would be off of the photo right here is the doorway to the master bedroom. If they pointed that way, it would go back into the right, which would be in this area right here. So it is likely, given the wide area of spacing in between each of these banisters here, that it potentially could have rolled through that area and onto the first floor.
While you were at the Juga home on May 9th of 2019, did you look for any evidence of a struggle between Kaylee Juga and the shooter?
Yes, I did.
And what did you look for?
Typically, when we look for a struggle, we'll look for items that are overturned, items of furniture that are overturned or moved. In Kaylee's bedroom, as detailed earlier, it has carpeting. So if items of furniture were moved dramatically from their location, typically we can see the indentations in the carpet to indicate those items had been moved. Aside from the shooting evidence that I had described earlier, everything was in place very well within Kaylee's bedroom.
So did you find evidence of a struggle?
I did not.
Did you find, do you know whether Kaylee Juga had a cell phone?
She did.
And did you find that within the Juga home?
I did. Her cell phone was still plugged in and on her bed underneath some of the covers.
When you collected the casings, are they up there? Where are all the keys? Okay. Okay. I have 7. I'm going to ask that the last question be struck.
So ordered.
Officer Valera, you talked about...
Wait.
Officer Valera, you talked about collecting the projectile and the casings that you found in the Juga home. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 84 and ask if you can identify that item.
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a casing that was located inside of the Juga residence.
And can you describe how it was packaged?
We place each casing inside of a small white pillbox. This way there's not a whole lot of movement of the casing inside of the larger 6x9 manila envelope.
And that's to preserve the integrity of the evidence as you described earlier?
Correct.
So I'll show you State's Exhibit 80 and ask if you can identify that.
This is one of the casings that was located in Kaylee Juga's bedroom by evidence placard number 6.
And State's Exhibit 82.
This is also a fired cartridge casing located inside of Kaylee's bedroom that was near evidence placard number 26.
And State's Exhibit 81.
This is also a cartridge casing located inside of Kaylee Juga's bedroom near evidence placard number 7.
And State's Exhibit 79.
This is also a casing located within Kaylee Juga's bedroom near evidence placard number 5.
And State's Exhibit 78.
This one is also a casing located inside of Kaylee Juga's bedroom near evidence placard number 4.
And State's Exhibit 83.
This is also a casing located inside of Kaylee Juga's bedroom near evidence placard number 25.
show you now State's Exhibit 77 and ask if you can identify that.
This is the fired bullet that was located inside of Kaylee Juga's bedroom near evidence placard number 3.
The state would move for admission of those exhibits.
Any objection?
No.
Received. So I believe it's 84, 80, 82, 81, 79, 78, 83, 77. Am I right? Did I miss one?
77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84.
Yes.
Yes. Officer Valeri, did you notice anything unusual about the casings, any of the casings, when you looked at them?
Yes. As I described earlier, casings get pulled in from a magazine into a firearm. Once they're fired, they are then ejected out of an ejection port of the firearm. During this process, there are normal markings that you would expect to find on the casing. You will see a couple of indents and scratches, but they're all relatively minor, and some of them you can't even see without the use of a microscope. These casings, however, some of them had cracks in them, so the metal had actually been torn slightly. They also had what I call a mushroom effect, where it's the normal cylinder on the bottom, and then they kind of balloon out on the top. And I have noticed this in previous incidents as well as my shooting reconstruction training that indicates that this is a casing that likely had gone through a firearm that was not a correct caliber. So firearms are various different types of calibers, which is the size of the ammunition that is meant for them. These casings were all .380. So because of this, I informed investigators that they were likely looking for a firearm that was chambered in a 9mm.
So this is what you would expect to see if a .380 bullet was used in a 9mm gun.
Correct. This is what we call a caliber mismatch. And .380 and a 9mm have completely different pressures that are required in order to send them through the barrel of the gun and out. .380 requires slightly less pressure at about 21,500 psi's, while the 9mm can be upwards of 35,000 psi. So when you are putting additional pressure around something that's not meant to have that much pressure, and the barrel is not the exact size that's needed to get the bullet out, it causes the swelling of the casing or the mushrooming effect.
And how are you able to tell that these casings were .380?
Whenever ammunition is manufactured, the manufacturer typically will stamp that solid bottom end of the casing with numbers, letters, or symbols that will identify the manufacturer as well as the caliber. All of these had head stamps that indicated .380 or .380 on them.
Did you, in the course of this investigation on May 9th of 2019, find any unfired bullets?
Yes, I was called to 6724 111th Avenue, which is just a few blocks away from the Juga residence, by Detective Brennan. There was one unfired round of .380 ammunition located on the sidewalk just north of this residence.
Did you hear that? Okay, so Exhibit 71 is going to be agreed to be placed on the screen.
So Officer Valera,
Wait till you get a microphone.
Sorry. Officer Valera, using the laser pointer, can you please point out where that unfired bullet was located?
Right here.
And can you give us the address again?
6724 111th Avenue.
Can I ask, is this too light for the jury? Can the jury see it, or is it's not?
Everybody, anybody that can't see or read that, raise your hand. Okay, thank you.
And on Exhibit 71, Officer Valeri, can you point out where the Juga residence is located?
The Juga residence is indicated right here with the star.
And is the residence where this unfired bullet was located, is it near what's described on the diagram as a park?
Yes.
Yep. Officer Valeri, I'm going to show you Exhibit 21 and ask if you can identify that exhibit.
Yes, this is a photograph that was taken looking south in front of 6724 111th Avenue.
You can put it up. Yep.
Wait till it's up.
Okay.
Okay, now tell us what it is.
This is in front of 6724 111th Avenue looking south.
And do you recall where specifically the unfired bullet was located?
Is located approximately in this area.
Okay. And we talked about the park. Where would the park begin in relation to this photograph?
This park was actually just right over here. It was just north of this residence.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 24. And can you identify that item?
This is a close-up photograph of the unfired round of ammunition that was located on the sidewalk in front of 6724 111th Avenue.
And in this photograph, can you see the head stamp of the unfired bullet?
Yes, so the head stamp that I was referring to earlier is right here, so on the flat end of the firearm. And this one actually read on the top area here, PPU, and then 380 auto right there.
Oh. Was this unfired bullet also collected as evidence? Oh, we did this already.
Yes, it was.
Yes. Okay. And did you collect it in the same manner that you collected the other casings and projectiles that you described?
Yes, I did.
Scissors, it's next to her. Now you have your own.
Thank you. Officer Valeri, I'm going to show you Exhibit 85. And using the scissors, could you open that sealed package and tell the jury what that is?
This is the unfired round of ammunition that was located at 6724 111th Avenue.
Thank you. Did all of the casings that you found at the Juga residence have the same head stamp?
The casings that were located in the residence actually had 3 different head stamps on them, but one of the 3 head stamps was PPU 380 auto.
So the same as the unfired bullet that you found on the sidewalk?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know. It's much better. Especially with all that stuff. We've never gotten it all. Yeah.
Could we please go back to Exhibit 66, please? Now, Officer Valeri, yesterday on using Exhibit 66, you identified several spots that had been noted as being potential blood stains, correct?
Correct.
And based on your review of the location of those blood stains, are they consistent with Stephanie Juga being shot in the doorway of her bedroom and running to her bathroom?
Yes. The blood started near her doorway and then traveled towards the bathroom.
And then was there more blood located in the bathroom indicating she had been in there for a longer period of time than in the other rooms?
Correct.
And then blood that was located on the stairs going from the second floor to the first floor, was that consistent with Stephanie or Kaylee Juga being carried or escorted out of the home and bleeding on the stairs as they made their exit?
Correct.
So Officer Valeri, just to clear up any confusion that may exist, in the movies when someone is shot, there's usually this large amount of blood located at the spot where they're shot. Spray, spatter, pooling. We don't see this in the Juga home, do we?
We do not.
And can you explain to the jury why that would be?
Well, in reference to the master bedroom and where Stephanie was shot, I was informed that she was in motion. So when somebody is in motion, we tend to see small, kind of scattered or far separation between the blood drops. And then when they're still, we'll see a little more blood, which is why there is such a substantial amount of blood located inside of the bathroom. In the case of Kaylee as well, there's a couple of things that can impact how much blood we find on a scene. One of them is clothing, and Kaylee was wearing a shirt. She was clothed at the time that she was shot. It was a black shirt as well, and clothing tends to soak up quite a bit of that blood. In addition, when we saw that earlier picture of like the carpet having been pulled up from the floor, part of the reason why we took that photo as well is, as I said, it was a very high quality thick carpeting that was in the bedroom, and carpeting will soak up a whole lot of blood. So although it may look like there's only a teeny tiny small amount of blood, there is a decent concentration of blood that's located. As far as the spurting or squirting, that usually only occurs when there's an artery that is hit and we'll have the arterial spray. The wound locations on both victims were nowhere near there.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Officer Valeri, I'm going to start with the casing that you talked about that was found at 6724 111th Avenue. As we saw from the picture, that casing is found basically in front of a house, right?
It wasn't just a casing, it was an entire unfired bullet.
Thank you. Yes, so an unfired bullet or projectile is found outside of that house, correct?
Correct.
So when you arrive and you see this object, you know that that is where it is at that moment, right?
Correct.
You can't say how it arrived in that location, right?
I cannot.
Or who may have placed it there, correct?
Without additional testing, no, I cannot.
Or whether a neighborhood dog walker kicked it down the sidewalk and that's just where it happened to land.
That is possible.
And this is going to seem like an obvious question, but you were not inside of the home when a shooting occurred, right?
I was not.
When you arrive, the scene of the house had been secured at that point?
Correct.
And so that means that the threats that may have existed earlier have now been, I guess, sort of minimized, or they've been neutralized, right?
Correct.
And your job requires you to be very careful as you collect evidence, right?
Correct.
You want to be methodical in collecting evidence.
Correct.
And so in order to do that correctly and appropriately, you need to not be under threat from danger, right?
Ideally, correct.
Now, when officers respond to a scene, they're dealing sometimes with an emergency situation, right?
Correct.
They may have someone that they need to arrest immediately, correct?
Correct.
They may have someone who they need to try and save their life, right?
Correct.
You were aware that when you arrived at the scene that numerous people had been in and out of the house already, right?
Correct.
Numerous people had been in and out of the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
You were also aware that earlier, law enforcement believed that the shooter may still be in the home, right?
Correct.
And so the tactical response team came to the house.
They did.
They breached the door to the office area,
To a bedroom.
to the bedroom area.
Correct.
They did that with an explosive of some sort.
Yes.
What is the tactical response team?
The tactical response team is a joint jurisdiction, so City of Kenosha, County of Kenosha, Pleasant Prairie Police Department. It's a group that are highly trained to respond to potential active threats or high-risk weapons offenses.
Would it be similar to maybe people have heard of like a SWAT team, something similar to that?
Yes, it's our name for a SWAT team.
And so people have been in the bedroom, there's been this explosive used on a door, there's been the tactical response team, and all those things happen prior to you being in the bedroom to collect evidence, right?
Correct.
When you're trying to recreate or think about what might have happened in the bedroom, you're relying on what others have told you, right?
Yes.
Where they indicate they believe that they found Kaylee Juga,
Yes.
where they believe that they had located Stephanie Juga,
Yes.
and you're also relying upon what they tell you about whether they may have disturbed any of the evidence, right?
Yes, I take what they tell me, but then I also look at each item of evidence independently to see whether or not it's consistent with what I had been told.
So if I could have Mr. Stute pull up, I believe it's Exhibit 65, please. All right, so this is the first floor of the Juga home, correct?
Correct.
Now, there is a green box that says SC on it, right?
Correct.
And that notes a shell casing that was found in that location, right?
Correct.
That shell casing was found on May 10th, right?
I believe that was the correct date, yes.
So that would have been a day after the shooting occurred, right?
Correct.
Now, the other shell casings, those were all found confined to Kaylee Juga's bedroom, right?
Correct.
And there were 6 of them.
Correct.
And then this 7th one is down on the first floor and is there's a clear, well, there's an outline of a rectangle, and then the green box with the SC has an arrow that is pointed basically into that, that white rectangle, right?
Yes.
What is that white rectangle?
That's actually a piece of furniture, a small, like, side table.
So the casing that's denoted by SC is found underneath that table, correct?
Correct.
And that's found a day later, right?
Correct.
There was not any indication that a shooting occurred on the first floor, right?
Correct.
And you had indicated before that there's a variety of ways that this casing potentially could have, I guess, traveled from the second floor to the first floor, right?
Correct.
It could have been law enforcement officers who maybe inadvertently kicked it, right?
Correct.
It could have rolled.
Correct.
The casings that you found, you said there was 3 different head stamps, right?
Correct.
And so that means that there's 3 different, basically, brands or types of .380 ammunition you found, right?
Correct.
And different brands or different types of ammunition may have different features to them, right?
Correct.
They may have, some of them may have more grains of powder than others in them.
That is correct.
Some of them may be designed for, I guess, higher velocity, right?
Correct.
Now, can I have Mr. Stute, whatever the other one is it 66 or 65, the other diagram?
Gets you to the second floor.
Number 66, thank you. So there are two blue squares. There's one marked with a 3, correct?
Correct.
And then one that's RB, right?
Correct.
RB, you indicated, was the projectile that was recovered from the subfloor.
That is correct.
And then the blue square with the number 3, that's another projectile, correct?
Correct.
There was also a projectile that was found on the staircase, right?
Yes, there was.
Now, it's not indicated in this diagram, but it's on the other one, right?
Yes, it's actually on the 5th stair from the landing.
There was not any indication that a bullet was fired on the stairs, right?
No.
So that projectile traveled somehow to that stair, right?
Yes.
You don't know how it got there.
There are numerous ways it could have gotten there.
You know it was recovered there, right?
Correct.
But you don't know, I guess, what the story is of how it got there, right?
No.
Yesterday you testified about trajectory based upon the location of the projectile in the subfloor. And you indicated that based upon where you found that projectile, that gave you some indication of the trajectory of that bullet, correct?
Yes.
Now, your ability to recreate the trajectory would require that you assume that the path of the bullet was not altered by striking something along the way, right?
Correct.
So for instance, that the bullet did not strike maybe bone of somebody.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
So if I'm shot with a bullet and the bullet hits a bone somewhere in me, potentially that's going to alter its trajectory, right?
It could.
You also talked about ejection patterns yesterday. And so, again, you were not there when the shooting occurred, right?
Correct.
And so you wouldn't be able to know how the shooter may have held the firearm when it was fired?
I do not.
You wouldn't know whether, as after casings ejected from the gun, whether they may have ricocheted off an object, right?
I do not.
You would not know whether the handgun was in motion when it was fired?
I do not.
You wouldn't know the angle that someone may have held the gun. So for instance, instead of holding the gun sort of like we would normally think of it straight out, they may have had it tilted in a 45-degree angle, right?
They may have, correct.
All of those things would affect the ejection pattern, right?
They could.
Now, as part of your work in this case, you filed 2 different police reports, but one of them is a 4-page report that you filed about the evidence collection at the Juga home, right?
Correct.
You didn't file a later report giving your opinions about where the shooter may have been standing, right?
I did not.
You didn't file a report including, the analysis that you went through to reach any of your opinions?
I did not.
Or laying out the assumptions you may have made in
I did not.
Or the science or lack of science behind any of those opinions?
I did not.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Gabrielle, any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Could we go to Exhibit 12, please? Officer Valeri, you were questioned about the certainty of your opinion as it relates to the location of the casings that were found in Kaylee Juga's bedroom. How confident are you in that assessment as it relates to the cluster of casings that you observed in Kaylee's room?
With regards to the 5 casings, so 4, 5, 6, 25, and 26, which are indicated by the orange cones, I am extremely confident.
And why is that?
As I stated in my previous testimony, and as Attorney Johnson is pointing out, there are a ton of things that we take into account when we make a determination about the reliability of casing location. And one of the biggest factors that we have in this is that we have at least 2 projectiles that struck the carpeting and the floor in this bedroom. And because of that, there is no question regarding which direction the muzzle was going, at least for those 2. And then also Kaylee's bedroom is approximately, I believe, about 15 feet by 12 feet or so. And all of the evidence of the crime is located in only about half of that. So that cuts us down to about a 12 by 7 to 8 foot area, which is an extremely small area. And so motion, which is one of the other biggest considerations that we have to take into account, is not really a factor in this particular scene. As well, the firearm that was used, the 9mm Makarov P83, is an extremely powerful and accurate firearm. It has an entirely steel frame with a barrel that is actually attached to the frame, which limits the amount of movement that the barrel can make. So this gun is pretty much spot on with where you're putting the muzzle. And again, this is a small room, and we know that the shots were all taken within an extremely close proximity to Kaylee, as evidenced by the powder and the stippling that was located on her. The gun would have been fired within a couple of feet of Kaylee, and when we have trajectories that are this close in range, they tend to be extremely accurate. So I feel very confident in this assessment.
And you previously mentioned the high-quality deep pile carpet, correct?
Correct.
So even with the tactical blast, that would not cause a projectile to exit out of Kaylee's room onto the landing and out the stairs, down the stairs, excuse me.
I do not believe so, no.
Exhibit 25 is being posted, correct?
Yes, Exhibit 25. And Officer Valeri, do you see sort of a teal, greenish, decorative dresser in the landing of the first floor?
Yes, I do.
And is that the rectangular object that Attorney Johnson pointed out on Exhibit 65?
Yes,
Or
it is.
64? The diagram of the first floor.
Yes, in the diagram of the first floor, that is the rectangular shape.
And you were not there when that casing was collected, correct?
No.
Are you aware where the casing was located?
Yes, I reviewed reports and photographs, and it was located underneath that, kind of all the way up against the wall in the shadowy area.
And that decorative dresser, using the laser pointer, could you show the jury where that landing with the railing on the second floor that we saw?
So literally right here is like right above there would be where that railing is on the second floor landing. So it's directly above this location.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, anything on that?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, you are excused, thank you. Do you want her to leave the exhibits up here?
Yes, please.
Do you want the one that was open sealed?
I would like that sealed.
Did you do that? Because you're the evidence lady. There you go. Yep, we can do that.
Do we have a pen or a marker?
Doing that, I got a pen. See if this will work. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna just leave that there in case we need it again. Okay, Ms. Gabrielle, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Stephanie Juga.
I opened this for you if you want to have a drink. It's kind of crookedy, so I'll put the cap on, okay?
Thank you.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Say it loud enough.
I do.
Okay, now have a seat and slide up to that microphone, okay?
Ms. Juga, could you state your first name, last name, and spell both for the court reporter, please?
It's Stephanie Juga, S-T-E-P-H.
Closer.
A-N-I-E. Last name is Juga, J-U-G-A.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to slide in because you have a soft voice, so.
I feel like it's going to hit my face.
I know. Okay,
Ms. Juga, are you married?
I am.
And who is your husband?
Nick Juga.
And how long have you and Nick Juga been married?
It'll be 20 years this year.
Do you have any children?
I have 3.
And what are their names?
I have Tyler, Kaylee, and Mason.
And how old is Nick? I'm sorry, how old is Tyler?
Tyler's going to be 22.
And how old is Mason?
Mason is 13.
And how old would Kaylee have been?
She would be 17.
Could we please have Exhibit 2? Okay, are you ready? Okay. Ms. Juga, is this a photo of your daughter, Kaylee?
It is.
And how old is Kaylee in this photo?
15.
Where did Kaylee go to school in the spring of 2019?
She went to Bradford.
Okay. And what grade was she in?
Now you're gonna make me think. She would have been sophomore, maybe.
Was Kaylee involved in any activities her sophomore year of high school?
She was. She was in cheerleading and she played softball for a traveling softball league.
Okay. And how were you employed in the spring of 2019?
I'm self-employed. I own my own business. I have a photography business.
And do you have a studio?
I do.
Okay. And in May of 2019, did you have a studio?
I did.
Okay. Do you also have a home office?
I do.
Okay. While Kaylee was in school that sophomore year, did she have her driver's license?
Just her temps.
Okay. And so how did she get home from school each day?
I would pick her up.
If she was involved in after-school activities, would you pick her up from those as well?
Me or her father.
Okay. How would you describe Kaylee to the jury?
She had a huge heart. She was amazing. She always thought about everybody first before herself. She's willing to help anybody when anybody needed help. She was just somebody that you would want to know, and she would make you laugh. She would had this like contagious laugh. If she had a funny story to tell you, she couldn't even get it out. She was laughing so hard, and you'd laugh, but you didn't know what you were laughing about.
Did you have a close relationship with your daughter?
I did.
Did she have a close relationship with her father as well?
She did.
Would you say Kaylee spent a lot of time at home her sophomore year?
She did. She liked to lay in her bed and watch Netflix a lot.
Okay. Would you say overall you were a close family?
We tried to be, yes.
And where were you living in May of 2019?
In our home,
What is the address of that home?
109 14 66th Street.
And that's located in Kenosha, Wisconsin?
It is.
And how long had you lived there?
Maybe 2 years.
And you, did your three children all live with you in that house in May of 2019?
Yes.
As did your husband, Nick?
Yes.
Did you come to know a person by the name of Martice Fuller?
I did.
And how did you meet Martice?
Through Kaylee, through Bradford.
Did Kaylee begin dating Martice?
Yeah, she talked very highly of him at first and how she met this boy and he was cute and whatever. And so, of course, I put my defense up because I want to meet him and get to know him myself.
Oh, she can't hear you. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't even remember what I just said. Oh, I put my defense up just a little bit until I got to know him, to see him.
And do you remember when they first started dating?
I believe it was in May.
Of what year?
That would be 2018.
Did you meet Martice then?
I did. I met him a few times just through the window of a car when I would pick Kaylee up from school. And then we invited him to come to Memorial barbecue that we do every year for him to come and meet everybody.
And over the course of the time that Kaylee and Martice dated, did you get to know Martice pretty well?
I would think so.
And did he spend a lot of time with you and your family?
He did.
Would he spend time at your house?
That's pretty much where they would spend time, would be at our house.
And how often during a regular week would you say that Martice and Kaylee were at your house?
It varies. Sometimes it'd be twice a week. Sometimes it'd be, try to be every weekend, depending on, the schooling and stuff like that.
Okay. Would he have dinner with your family?
Yes.
How many times would you say that Martice had dinner with your family?
At least maybe 50.
Would you take him places when your family would go out to dinner or go other places?
He has come out to dinner with us, yes.
Was your son also, your younger son, involved in football?
He was.
And would you all go as a family to watch him play?
Yes, he's came a few times.
Okay. Martice came with you a few
Yes.
times? Okay. Did you spend holidays or allow Martice to spend holidays with your family?
Yes, he came with one of his friends for Thanksgiving for a little bit, and then he also came Christmas Day he spent with our family and our extended family on Christmas.
During this time, would you have conversations with Martice?
We would try.
Okay. And when Kaylee and Martice were at your home, were they off on their own where you wouldn't really see them, or were they kind of part of in the family area?
Well, at first they would have to be in the living room with us, and that's where they would stay and watch movies and stuff like that. And then we were starting to get a little bit more trustworthy where they could sit in her bedroom. One would have to be on the bed, and the other one would have to be on the floor. And the door would have to be open at all times, and our youngest son, Mason, was in his room with his door open at all times. And we would obviously walk up and down a lot to check on them.
Would you even sometimes talk to Martice Fuller on the phone?
A few times I have, yes.
Okay. And even though you couldn't see his face, did you recognize his voice in those conversations?
Absolutely.
Was there a time where, during that time, how would you say you felt about Martice?
At what time?
Let's say the first 6 months of their relationship.
I thought he was a good kid. She enjoyed watching him play football. He seemed like he was, got his life on track of what he wanted to do for college as well as Kaylee did, so.
Was there a point where your feelings about Martice changed?
They did start changing as Kaylee would tell me things that were happening between them as far as him calling all the time. I couldn't even go to the store without him trying to FaceTime her, calling her numerous times to the point where I would have to tell him she is with her mom. He will call you later. She'll call you later. So it was starting to get a little bit possessive of where she was, what was she doing at certain times.
Did you have any conversations with Kaylee about that?
I did.
And did you have any conversations with Martice about that?
I did.
And what was the reaction?
It wasn't that big of a deal. He didn't think it was, kind of just brushed it off, kind of does his little laugh.
And so did he continue engaging in that same type of behavior?
Yes.
Did you become aware of an incident at school that happened between Kaylee and Martice January 17th, 2019?
There was a few incidents, so you have to,
Okay. Are you aware that an abeyance agreement was drafted prohibiting Martice from having contact with Kaylee at school?
yes.
Okay. Do you know what prompted that?
That would have been the second episode when he was trying to pull her in the hallway.
Okay. And how did you hear about that?
I was actually working, and I heard a bang on my door, and I go out to open the door, and my husband and Kaylee were standing there, and Kaylee was crying and very upset. And I was in the middle, so I had to kind of pause for a few minutes and have my clients wait till I could figure out what was going on. Kaylee and Nick both kind of filled me in a little bit of the situation of in the classroom and him grabbing her arm and pushing the teacher and whatnot.
And Kaylee was upset about that at that time?
She was extremely upset.
Did you talk to Martice about that incident?
Not right away. He did try to send text messages telling us that everybody was lying. It didn't happen. You know, they're against him.
Okay. And at some point, did you speak to him about it?
We did.
Okay. And do you remember more or less when that was?
He had asked to come over, and we said it would be fine. My husband was home, and we sat in the front room, and his dad appeared to come pick him up because he was only there for a short period of time. And we sat in the front room and spoke about things, about what had happened. Kaylee downplayed it. He downplayed it a lot, and we believed him.
Because of this downplaying by Martice and by Kaylee and you believing that, did you allow Kaylee to continue having contact with Martice outside of school?
We did.
Were you watching that contact a little more closely though?
Yes.
Okay, so just explain that a little bit.
We would just, I kept reassuring Kaylee to keep her eyes open, make sure that nothing was going to happen. If there was anything, I would constantly talk to her about it. She wouldn't open up too much. I'm assuming she was just afraid. But as, you know, it didn't seem like it was as, like he constantly called her all the time. Like when we were together, it didn't seem like it was as bad. But every time I would go into the room, she had to have him on FaceTime, no matter what she was doing. If she was watching Netflix or doing her hair or whatever, he had to have her on the phone at all times. And he was just playing Xbox, and it was just the picture of his ceiling.
At some point after that, did Kaylee decide to break up with Martice?
Yes.
And do you recall when that happened?
It was actually very shortly after the first incident had happened.
After she broke up with Martice, did you become aware of Martice trying to reach Kaylee?
Yes.
And what do you know about that?
He would call her work all the time, and it came to the point where she didn't answer the phone at all, which wasn't very professional on her end, but she was scared. He would constantly call her. He would text me. He would text her father, and it came to the point where she grabbed my phone, blocked his number, blocked him off of Snapchat, Facebook, everything, and said, "We're done, no contact at all." He didn't like that, so he would start taking his friends' phones, grabbing his friends' phones, calling her, and then she would just constantly keep blocking that number every time it was a new number.
And how did you know that he was taking other people's phones and trying to reach Kaylee that way?
There's a few times when I was there.
Would she answer the phone?
Yes,
And it was Martice on the other side?
yes. Or it would be a friend, and then the friend would hand the phone over.
Okay. Did you become aware of Martice trying to talk to Kaylee at school while the abeyance agreement was in effect?
Yes, because when that had happened, we were allowed, we said that they could still talk after we had that conversation with his father and him. It was to the point after the second incident, pulling her arm in the hallway, when it was basically done at that point.
Okay. So when you talked about an incident where, are you aware that there was another incident where Martice tried to talk to Kaylee after their breakup in school and was grabbing her arm and blocking her path as she walked to class?
Yes,
Okay. And did Kaylee tell you about that?
as soon as I picked her up from school.
And what was Kaylee's reaction to what Martice had done in the hallway?
She was scared. She wasn't sure what she would do at that point, because she just wanted to be done.
Okay. And did she give you any more detail about what it was that Martice did at school that day that scared her?
Just basically grabbing her, being more forceful, telling her to let's go, I want to talk to you. She says no. There was a friend, she had said, standing next to him, and she had said, tell your friend to let me go, and he kind of like turned his face the other direction. Somehow she wiggled her way out, and then she ran into her classroom.
And you said that Kaylee didn't know what to do when she spoke to you about it. Did you give her some advice?
Yes.
And what did you advise her to do?
She ended up calling the school
And what was the purpose in calling the school?
because there was a no contact, and she wanted to be done, so she wanted to be enforced.
Okay. Are you aware that after Kaylee told the people at Bradford High School that Martice had contact with her, that he was then expelled from school?
Yes, his mom actually called me shortly after and asked, did he put his hands on Kaylee again because they said he was expelled? I said, yes, he did.
Okay. After this incident where he's expelled, did he stop contacting Kaylee?
It didn't slow down. He still contacted her a little bit, but I think it was more of range of anger that was going through his body. Different, I'm not sure if there was physical messages, but people telling her to be careful because now he's going to look for a gun.
And you mentioned that Kaylee would get calls from Martice while she was working, right?
Correct.
And where was she working at that time?
At Martino's Dry Cleaners.
Okay. And was she working at the one at Pershing Plaza?
This one's on Highway 50.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a plaza or not.
Okay.
It's on Highway 50, the Martino's Dry Cleaners.
Okay. And at some point after Martice was expelled from school, was Martice still calling Martino's Dry Cleaning where she was working?
As far as I know, yes, until they put a block on the phone, and it basically said if it rang, it said, do not answer this call.
Okay. And how do you know that they put a block on the phone?
Because Kaylee had told me.
Do you know who Kaylee's supervisor was at that time?
I'm not sure what her name was. She had a manager that worked there, and then they have the supervisor and another.
Did you have a conversation with Kaylee, with either her supervisor or her manager, about the concerns of Martice trying to reach Kaylee while she was at work?
Yes, we went to the actual main building, the Martino's building, and we had a conversation with her boss, I guess, kind of filling him in on the situation.
Okay. And so he was informed that Martice was trying to reach Kaylee at work,
Correct.
and that this scared Kaylee?
Yes.
Did he agree to allow Kaylee to do anything differently in order to feel more safe while she was at work?
Yes, he had offered to have her be able to lock the door so she felt a little bit more safe. She did offer to have maybe switch a couple shifts with different people, stuff like that.
At some point, though, towards the end of April, did Kaylee end up quitting her job at Martino's?
She did.
And did she talk to you about that decision?
Yes, it was more for her safety because she worked alone a lot.
Were you aware of Martice Fuller coming to your home late at night after the breakup with Kaylee?
There was a few times he came to the home.
Okay. And can you tell us about the first time that you're aware of?
The first time I was aware of was he was in a vehicle. Kaylee actually came, woke me up and said, "Mom, he said he's coming here." I didn't believe him. I didn't think he would actually come because he didn't have a driver's license or a vehicle. Next thing you know, I kept hearing this loud music. She comes in, she says, "Mom, he keeps circling the neighborhood. He keeps circling the block." We're peeking through her window, and sure enough, he would circle the block, go slowly, stop in front of the driveway, roll the window down, look up at Kaylee's window, and then squeal the tires and take off and do it again. He did it a couple times until we woke up her father.
And what time of day or night was this happening?
It was probably around like between 11 and 1.
PM or AM?
It would be PM.
So 11 PM to 1 AM?
Something like that, yeah.
And what happened when you woke up your husband?
He got up and went downstairs. He was with a friend, and his friend actually came up to the door and asked my husband if they could talk to Kaylee. And he said, in not so very nice words, "You need to leave." At that point, Kaylee was calling Martice's mother, Elise, and trying to let her know that he had taken her vehicle and he was stalking the house.
And so when you saw this car circling the block, who was driving?
Martice.
And did you recognize the vehicle?
Yes,
And whose vehicle did you recognize it as being?
his mother's.
After your husband told the friend that they needed to leave, did they leave?
They did.
Okay. Did something like this happen again?
I wasn't aware of. I didn't know he was there until our neighbor across the street had told us that he was there a few more times and caught him on video.
Did you see that video yourself?
We did.
I'm sorry,
We did.
you did. And what time of day was the video, did the video capture Martice at your home?
I believe it was the Sunday before. I don't remember what the date is exactly. It's like May 5th or something like that. It would have been probably around like 1 o'clock in the morning.
And what what was going on when you saw that video?
He was just basically going back and forth in front of the house, trying to figure out how to get in through Kaylee's window.
And did you see this video before May 9th?
No.
Okay. So on May 9th, you didn't know that there had been at least another incident or another time that Martice had come to your home late at night?
Nope.
Because of Kaylee's fear that you've described of Martice and Martice trying to reach or find Kaylee, did Kaylee do anything different to kind of protect her location or her whereabouts?
As far as I know, that she tried to make sure everything, any kind of contact that anybody would know where she was at was kind of turned off, except for maybe like a few of her very close friends. Any of the, I don't know, something with the iPhone, you can connect your location or something. Stuff like that. She took her location off, like her Snapchat, and she wouldn't check into anything, so he wasn't aware of where she'd be at.
Would she go anywhere alone at that point?
No.
Did she limit her circle of friends at that time?
Did she live?
Limit.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
She did.
Okay. Now, during the second semester of school in 2019, so let's say from January until May, would you pick Kaylee up from school every day?
Yes.
And at that point, was she getting out at the same time every day?
Yes.
Okay. And did she get out earlier than all the other students?
Yes.
And why is that?
She actually had like a study hall at the end of the day, so she just had early release.
Okay. And so what time would you pick her up from school, say on Thursdays?
2:00.
And was your husband employed during that same time frame?
Yes.
And had he been employed that entire year, say September of 2018 to May of 2019?
Yes.
And where was your husband employed?
He works for the military. He has a full-time job working, oh my God, it's like called the FMS 6. It's a building where he's the boss, I guess, there. Yes.
And on days that your husband worked, what time would he usually get home from work?
If he went in early, he would get home around between 3:30 and 4.
While Kaylee and Martice were dating, would Martice sometimes come over after school also?
Yes.
And do you know whether Martice was aware that you picked up Kaylee every day from school?
Yes.
Would you sometimes pick him up as well?
Yes.
And would he come back to your house?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did Martice know then that your husband would not return home from work until 3:30 or 4 o'clock?
I'm sure.
Were there days where he was at your house after school until your husband arrived?
Yes.
Your son Mason, did he go to school?
He did.
And in 2019, where did he go to school that spring semester?
He would be in Pleasant Prairie Elementary School.
And what time would Mason get home from school?
He took the bus, so it would just depend. Sometimes it'd be about between 4:15, 4:20.
And what about your son Tyler? Did he go to school or have a job?
He worked.
Okay. And where did he work?
I think it was called Former.
And on a normal Thursday, what time would he get home from work in that same time period?
About 3:35.
And this was the schedule of your two sons and your husband, even while Martice was dating Kaylee, correct?
Correct.
So he would have been at your home and would have seen the comings of each family member throughout the day.
Correct.
Based on that, Martice would have known that on a Thursday at 3 o'clock, the only people who would be home at your house would be you and Kaylee, correct?
Your Honor, objection. I think the question calls for speculation.
On a Thursday at 3 o'clock, during that spring semester, January to May of 2019, who would have been the only people at home?
Kaylee and myself.
Now, your home office, does that have windows?
Yes.
And where is that located in your house?
Right above the garage, next to Kaylee's room.
So those windows, what do those windows overlook?
The driveway.
Does Kaylee's bedroom have windows?
Yes.
And what do her windows overlook?
The same, the driveway.
And what other windows in your home overlook the driveway?
My bathroom, the master bathroom.
Martice had been and spent time in Kaylee's bedroom before, right?
Correct.
So he would have known her windows overlook the driveway.
Yes.
Again, objection calls for
She can't
speculation.
speculate as to what he knows. So the objection is sustained.
Had Martice ever been in your home office?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Would he have walked by your home office and known the windows face the driveway just like Kaylee's bedroom?
Objection again to the,
Sustained. She can't speculate as to what he knew.
Okay.
She can speak about what she saw him see.
Okay. If Martice walked to Kaylee's bedroom and say walked to the bathroom and walked to the landing to go down the stairs, would he pass the home office?
Yes.
If the door is open to the home office, would you see the windows?
Yes.
And would it be clear to anyone who walked by that the windows overlook the driveway?
Yes.
Did your home also have a home security camera?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 4 up, please? Thanks. It's already been marked. Ms. Juga, there's a laser pointer in front of you. Do you see that?
It's like a little stick.
This?
Yep, okay, and then, let me see it again. I don't think it's on. Right. That's off, this is on. And she pushes this, right? Okay, you push this little button right there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Can you, using the laser pointer, point out where the home security camera was located in May of 2019?
Is that working? Can you see
You're up in
it?
the ceiling.
Oh, I'm on the ceiling,
Okay,
sorry.
there you go.
Right here. And I believe there's one right over here as well.
The record should reflect at the corners above the garage doors. Okay, with that description?
Yes. Ms. Juga, was there also one above the two windows immediately above the third car garage? Do you recall?
I believe there was one up here. I'm not sure if it was still, but I know there was one above my office window.
Can you hold it?
You want to see that again?
We're going
wanna
to
take-
get a
Oh,
close-up.
yes, and it's right above my office window.
Okay. So that's your office window?
Correct.
And then to the left?
That is Kaylee's bedroom.
And then to the right?
Is the foyer little window, and then the other window all the way to the right is our bathroom window.
So that foyer window,
You can't look out of it, it's too tall.
okay. Do you remember whether the home security cameras that you had were working on May 9th of 2019?
I am not sure. I know the batteries died very quickly, a lot, so I'm not sure if they were working at that time or not.
On May 9th of 2019, did you bring Kaylee to school that day?
Yes,
Did you also pick her up from school that day?
I did.
What time did you pick her up from school?
2 o'clock,
Same time that you always pick her up?
correct.
After you picked her up from school, do you remember where you went?
We went home.
And was anyone else home when you returned?
No,
Was Tyler at work?
yes,
Mason was at school?
correct.
And your husband would have been at work, correct?
He would have been, but he wasn't that day.
Where was he that day?
We were leaving to go to a camping trip, so he had just left a half an hour before I did to go get Kaylee to bring the camper to the campground.
What kind of vehicle does your husband drive?
He has a Tundra truck
And where is that normally parked?
in the driveway.
When you returned home after picking up Kaylee from school, where did you park your car, if you remember?
In the driveway.
Is that where you normally would park your car?
I usually park in the garage.
So you park in the garage and your husband parks in the driveway?
Correct.
When you, that day, was Kaylee upset about anything that day?
Yes, when I picked her up, she was very upset.
And did she tell you why she was so upset?
She did.
And why was she so upset?
Because somebody who she thought was starting to be her friend basically backstabbed her.
Okay. Did she tell you who she was talking about?
Her name's Lexi.
Okay. Do you know Lexi's last name?
I don't.
Okay. And why was she upset with Lexi?
Because she had saw a photo of her and Martice when she was at school, and she said she sent her a message basically saying, I thought we were becoming friends. Why would you be with him after you know what he's done to me?
Did Kaylee tell you anything more about that?
No, she just thought it at one point when they were texting back and forth that it ended up being Martice who was responding.
So when you say they, you mean Lexi and Kaylee were texting back and forth?
Correct.
But at some point, Kaylee believed Martice began responding instead,
Correct.
using Lexi's phone?
Yes.
When you returned home, where did you and Kaylee go?
In the house?
Do you remember whether you closed the garage door behind you?
I did not.
After entering the home, do you remember where you went?
Yes, once we got home, Kaylee made macaroni and cheese because she had to get ready for work. I went upstairs and washed my hair. She ate her macaroni and cheese and then came to my bedroom. And our thing was always to play loud music in the house. So she had music playing and I was getting dressed and she was dancing around. And, I told her to go turn the song off because I really didn't like that song. And as she turned, I smacked her butt and told her to go turn it off with her cute butt. And as she walked out, she walked into her room to change to get ready for work.
Guys, we're wondering if this is a good time for a couple-minute break.
Okay.
That's fine.
Great. Okay, the jury can leave your notebooks upside down on your table and go take a break. Everybody else stay.
Ms. Juga, you said that Kaylee came into your room and was dancing to music and you swatted her cute little behind. Was the music playing out loud or was she listening on earbuds?
It was out loud.
From her bedroom?
Correct.
And you could hear it in your bedroom?
Yes.
After you swatted her butt, did she go back to her room?
Yes.
And what's the next thing that you heard?
I went into the bathroom and I was brushing my hair and she was turned the music off to turn the different song and I heard her scream.
Is this unusual for your daughter?
Yes.
And what happened after you heard her scream?
I heard a shot.
And then what did you do?
And then I heard her scream again. And then I heard another shot. And I went running out of my bathroom, through my bedroom, and stopped in the doorway of my bedroom. Facing me was Martice with a gun.
Where did he have the gun?
Like here.
Record should reflect arm extended, pointing in a direction.
Next to his face.
Ms. Juga, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to him and describe him by what he is wearing?
He's right there.
What is he wearing
Today,
today?
he has a blazer on. He has a blazer on with a white collared shirt and a white mask over his face.
The record should reflect identification of Mr. Fuller.
Ms. Juga, he's wearing a white mask. Do you recognize him even with that mask on?
I do.
When you saw him in your home pointing the gun at you, was he wearing a mask?
He was not.
Did you say anything to him when you saw him?
I did. I stopped in my doorway and I looked at him and I said, "Oh my God, Martice." I said, "Please, you don't have to do this." And he looked at me and he said, "Yes, I do." And as he said, "Yes, I do," he lowered the gun towards my heart. I took a step back and put my hand on the door handle and I locked it. As he was lowering the gun, I tried to shut the door. And as I was just shutting the door and I lifted my arm up like this, he shot me. And he came towards me and he was fighting the door with me. And finally he took his leg and he kicked that door open and I flung back. And I turned, and as I turned, he shot me again. And I went running into the bathroom and I locked the bathroom door. And I called my husband and hung up the phone with him. And I called 911 right away.
Were you bleeding?
It was.
And where, to your knowledge, had you been shot?
In my arm and in my chest.
How did you know it was Martice Fuller who was standing in your house?
Because he looked right at me, and he was standing there staring at me, and he spoke to me.
Could I have Exhibit 1 up, please? Could you lower it a little? So that we have more of his face? Okay. Ms. Juga, do you recognize the person in this picture?
I do.
And who is that?
Martice Fuller.
And is this what he looked like when you saw him in your hallway on May 9th, 2019?
Yes.
In this picture, his hair is, how would you describe his hair?
He's got twists and they are bleached at the end.
Bleached at the end?
Correct.
And they're a little bit longer?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see that hair with the bleached tips when you saw Martice in your hallway on May 9th, 2019?
He did.
And when he spoke to you and said, "Yes, I do," did you recognize his voice?
I did.
Did you have any doubt in your mind at that time that it was Martice Fuller?
No.
Even before he pulled the trigger?
I knew it was him.
When you went into the bathroom and you called 911, did you know where your daughter was?
I was assuming she was in her room.
Did you know if she had been hurt at all?
By hearing her screams and the shots, I knew she was shot somewhere.
Did you know where Martice was after you locked yourself in the bathroom?
No.
Did the dispatcher advise you to go look for your daughter?
She did. She told me to open the door to go find her.
And when you did that, did you know if Martice would be on the other side?
First, I told her, no, I didn't want to open the door. And then I heard my dog barking. So then I figured it would be safe to open my door.
Why didn't you want to open your door when she first asked you to do that?
Because I was afraid he was on the other side and going to shoot me.
After you opened the door, was he on the other side?
No.
And where did you go?
Straight to Kaylee's room.
And did you see Martice as you went to Kaylee's room?
No.
And what did you see when you got to Kaylee's room?
I saw her laying on the ground, lifeless. Her lips were blue and she wasn't moving.
What did you do at that point?
I ran over by her and bent down, and I was yelling at her. And I was looking to see if I could see any kind of wounds, and she had one on the side of her face. And I tried to check her pulse. But I knew that her lips were already blue, that it was probably too late. So then I tried to start doing CPR as best as I could.
And was that, were you able to do that having been shot in your own wrist?
At that moment, it was very painful, but I didn't care. Trying to save her was more important.
Were you still on the phone with 911 dispatch as you're doing all this?
Yes.
Did the police or law enforcement arrive to assist you?
Eventually.
And you say eventually, can you just explain that?
It seemed like it was forever. I was told it was maybe 3 minutes, but I felt like it was like hours.
And what happened when they arrived?
They came in, they screamed that the sheriffs were here, and I told them I was upstairs. They came upstairs. They made me sit down next to Kaylee's bed, and I just told them and yelled that they needed to save her and not worry about me.
And did they try to save Kaylee in the bedroom?
They did start performing CPR as best as they could, and then once the upstairs was cleared, the best of their knowledge, then 2 officers grabbed her and brought her downstairs into the front yard.
And did you also leave the house?
I was stuck in Kaylee's room. They told me not to move, that there was a paramedic coming up to check on me. So they came up, they made me sit down, they cut my shirt open, and they put these white things all over the bullet holes on my chest. And then there was a police officer who decided he was going to take me. He knew that I needed medical attention and we couldn't get any ambulances around. So he put me in the back of his squad car and brought me down 2 blocks where the ambulances were.
And when you went outside, did you see Kaylee outside?
He did. She was laying on the front lawn, and they were performing CPR.
Did your daughter die as a result of those shots?
She did. Yes.
Right there on the lawn or earlier?
I think she died in her room.
Ms. Juga, were you taken to the hospital?
I was.
And did they have to treat your injuries?
Yeah. Yes. I had to have 2 surgeries on my arm and one on the side.
Can you show the jury where on your arm you were shot?
Here's the ingoing bullet hole scar, and then it
Point to it.
right here. And then the other one is the exit is here. And then the scar from my surgery is right here.
Your Honor, I would ask the record reflect that she pointed to her,
Underside of her wrist
yes,
and exiting on the little finger side of her hand, correct?
Her right arm.
And the scar is down the side by the little
No,
finger,
left.
right?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's all the left arm that you're referring
On
to?
the left.
On the left arm.
Yeah, not on the right.
and then was there a bullet that was remaining inside your body even after the first surgery?
Yes, they didn't want to remove the bullet that was lodged in the side of me for 2 weeks because they were afraid that if they tried to get it, it would lodge itself back in and hit some kind of organs. So I had to stay in there until I had my second arm surgery so they could put the plate in my arm again. The second time is when they took that out. So I had basically 2 separate surgeries. Well, 3, I guess.
So when you were shot through your wrist, were you also shot, you described in your chest area as well, correct?
I have 2 bullet hole scars in my left breast, and I have 1 scar in my right breast where the bullet had traveled all the way down, and then I have the other scar where they took the bullet out is on my side right here,
That's on your right.
on my right-hand side.
Do you still suffer pain as a result of this?
Every day.
And how did you feel, did you ultimately return to your house?
I did once I left the hospital, I stayed at a friend's house for 3 days, and then I went back.
And how did you feel about being back in your house?
Terrified.
Can you tell us how long that feeling lasted?
I still have it.
Did you change the way you did things in your house because of that?
Some things.
Okay, tell us about that.
Oh, we had to replace the carpet, just some furniture, pictures of Kaylee everywhere, just so that I see her face instead of trying to picture what happened that day.
And is that hard to forget what happened that day?
I relive it every day of my life.
Were you afraid to be in your house alone after that?
Yes,
Or do you still feel that way?
I do.
Are you afraid to go into your garage?
I am.
And do you take showers when you are home alone?
I try not to, and if I do, then I lock all the doors.
When you returned home, did you notice anything of value missing from your house?
No.
Was your purse still in the house?
Yes.
And your cell phone?
Yeah, I had it on me.
And Kaylee's purse or wallet?
Yeah. It's still on her dresser.
So Martice did not enter your home and steal anything.
Just my daughter's life.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Johnson?
Ms. Juga, on May 9th, when you're on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, you were scared, right?
A little louder.
Yes,
You had been shot, so your adrenaline's pumping, right?
just like anybody, yes.
You were worried for your daughter at that time, right?
Correct?
You were worried for yourself.
Absolutely.
Your mind was racing,
Correct?
and you were having difficulty focusing, right?
No, the only mistake I made was saying I was 38 instead of 39.
But you were scared, right?
Absolutely.
And you were panicked.
Yep.
You indicated in your direct testimony that you heard 2 shots before you were shot, right?
Before I ran to Kaylee.
I'm going to rephrase that. So you heard 2 shots, and then you say that you encountered Martice Fuller in your hallway, right?
Correct?
And then after that, you were shot, correct?
Correct.
Now you went into your bathroom, right?
Yes?
There was no shooting after you entered the bathroom, right?
No.
No one followed you into the bathroom, right?
I don't know if he ran after me or not. I just ran and locked the door.
No one broke down that locked door,
No.
right? No one fired any shots through that
No.
locked door. You described that in May of 2019, you had some security cameras on the outside of your home, right?
Correct?
Did you have security cameras inside of your home?
We did, but they weren't on.
Okay, but there were cameras placed throughout the inside of the home, correct?
So my husband moved them quite often, so I could not tell you where they were or if they were working. But he had some throughout the home, but I couldn't tell you where they were at.
Okay. Now, in January of 2019, there was a contract, an abeyance contract with Bradford High School that said that Martice and Kaylee could not have contact with each other at school, right?
Correct? Correct.
That abeyance agreement didn't prohibit or disallow contact between Kaylee and Martice outside of school, right?
Right?
And the 2 of them were having contact outside of school.
Correct?
Now, you said that Martice would spend time at your home, right?
He has.
And would you also pick him up from school when you picked up Kaylee?
Yes.
And did you pick him up from school after January 23rd of 2019?
I'm not sure.
So that would have been after the agreement at the school.
I'm not sure.
And you were aware that Kaylee and Martice were having contact with each other after that agreement with Bradford High School, right?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Any redirect, Ms. Gabrielle?
Do you have something?
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You have it. Thank you. Be careful on those steps.
We just need a moment if everybody's.
Okay, so you have a next witness, right?
We'll have somebody, we just need to figure it out.
Okay, great.
Good thing, things are moving quick.
I hope they don't have a long one. Let's see. Yeah, no, I can't imagine that. Jason did a good job. And the county did a great job.
Admission of Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2, please. And Exhibit 4, if that hasn't already been moved in.
Okay, any objection to 1, 2, and 4? Was 4 the map, the light printed map?
The 4 is the picture of the exterior of the home.
Okay, 2 is,
2 is the photo of Kaylee Juga,
and 1?
is the photo of Martice Fuller with the
Okay,
handgun.
but didn't, I thought we moved those, oh no, we didn't. Okay, I take that back, okay. No objection?
No objection.
Received.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, this is Austin Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez, step up over here. Okay, you can take off your mask, okay, because you're going to testify. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Well, you gotta say that after you.
No, just you do or you don't.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Say, I do? Or
I do.
Okay, great. Have a seat. Okay, and speak right, get close, because we need to hear you, okay? There you go.
Mr. Hernandez, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, so you got to speak up really well and you got to speak really clearly because it's a big room. Can you do that for us?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Hernandez, can you state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Austin Hernandez, Austin.
How do I spell Hernandez?
Hernandez.
Today, how old are you?
19.
19. Back in the time period of May of 2019, did you know someone who was known to you as Martice Fuller?
Yeah.
Back in May of 19? Yes? You got to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And is that person that you knew to be Martice Fuller, is that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point that person out and just say what that person's wearing in terms of clothes today?
Black and white, collared shirt, and a black suit.
Okay. Is he in the where is he? Is he on the left, the right, or the middle?
The middle.
Of that group. Okay. Judge, I'd ask the record reflect identification of the defendant by Mr. Hernandez.
So ordered.
So, Mr. Hernandez, how did you first meet Martice Fuller?
Through Kyle and Nate Bowens.
And is Bowens Bowens?
Yeah. Yes.
Kyle and Nate, are they brothers?
Yes.
And were they friends of yours before you met Mr. Fuller?
Yes.
And after you met Mr. Fuller back in 2019, before May, did you start to hang out with him sometimes?
Yes.
So total, how many times do you think you hung out with the defendant, the person you've identified in court?
Probably like 7 times.
Okay, and how many of those times did you hang out with him where it was just the two of you, where you guys were solo?
Probably like 2 or 3 times.
All right, and was there a time where the defendant showed you a weapon of any kind?
Yes.
And how long after, about when did that happen? So how long after you met him did he show you a weapon?
Probably like 2 weeks.
Okay, and what weapon were you shown?
A gun.
What do you remember about the gun?
It was black, heavy. Nothing too specific about it.
Okay, do you know what a revolver is, where they have chambers? You know what that is?
Yeah.
Was it a revolver or the kind of weapon where you have a magazine you put in it? What kind of weapon that way?
Probably just a magazine.
Okay, and did you touch that gun?
Yes.
You got a chance to handle it?
Yes.
So are you sure it wasn't a pellet gun? Are you sure it was real?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because of the weight of it.
Okay, and when you saw that gun, did you ask the defendant how come he had that gun with him?
Yes.
What do you remember him telling you about why he had decided he wanted to have a gun?
Just for protection.
Mr. Hernandez, during this same period of time, did the defendant ever speak to you about a breakup he had had with a girlfriend?
Yes.
And what do you remember, if you remember, what was the defendant saying was the name of the girlfriend he was broken up with?
Kaylee Juga.
Kaylee Juga? And was there a time not long before Kaylee was killed where you had a conversation with the defendant about whether Kaylee was to blame for any bad stuff in the defendant's life?
Like one time, yeah.
And what do you remember the defendant saying about Kaylee and whether she was to blame for anything in his life in that time?
Just how they got a restraining order on him, and that's about it.
And what was he saying that caused, or why was that a problem for him? What had happened that was bad to him because of that?
Just because of sports, scholarships.
Now, was there a time that you hung out with the defendant where he asked you to take any pictures?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day?
We were just hanging out. When we went to go pick something up from somebody's house, and then he just told me to take a picture, not thinking anything of it, and I took a picture.
And if I told you that was on May 2nd, 2019, so a week before Kaylee was murdered, does that sound right to you?
Yes.
And do you remember whose house you were at when you took a picture at the defendant's request?
No, I do not recall.
Okay, it was just somebody who you didn't know them well, or you don't remember who it was?
Yes.
And how did you take the picture? Did you use a camera, your phone? What did you use?
Use my phone.
Okay. And did the defendant pose for the picture in a particular way?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. It's going to be up on the screen here. Do you see this picture?
Yes.
Is that the picture you took?
Yes.
And is the gun that you're referring to a gun that's in this picture?
Yes.
And is it in the waist of the pants of Mr. Fuller?
Yes.
And this picture you took at the defendant's request?
Yes.
And then what did he want you to do with that picture?
Just send it to him. That's it.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And does this picture, other than the sticker at the bottom that says Exhibit 1, does this look like the same picture you sent to Martice Fuller back on May 2nd? In other words, is it changed in any way that you can see?
No, it's the same one.
Mr. Hernandez, on May 9th, when Kaylee Juga was killed, did you have any contact or any attempted contact with the defendant by phone?
I didn't talk to him, but he tried to call me at like 3 o'clock, but I never answered.
And do you remember why you didn't answer?
I was at Gurney Mills.
So
Gurney Mills.
why couldn't you answer at Gurney Mills?
I was in this, I don't know, it was like called the escape room or something like that, and I was in there. So.
Okay, so you couldn't get reception?
No, or they didn't let us take our phones out, so.
Gotcha. And on that day of May 9th, did you end up having any contact at all with the defendant?
No.
And at the time that Kaylee was murdered, had you been friends with the defendant for about 3 weeks?
Yes.
So when you said you'd seen him about 5 to 7 times, that was in a 3-week period?
Yeah, yes.
And that was all before Kaylee was murdered?
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 89 and ask you if this looks like it's a sheet from Facebook Messenger, a record showing the transaction you're talking about. So in other words, showing that you sent that picture to Martice on a certain day. Is that what that looks like?
Yes.
And that it confirms through Facebook Messenger that you sent that picture on May 2nd, 2019, doesn't it?
Yes.
So that again, it confirms what you said, that that's the day you took the picture and that you sent it, and the way you did that was through Facebook Messenger. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That record is one that appears to you to be true and accurate. It appears to be an accurate record of what we just talked about.
Yes.
Judge, I move in commission of that.
Any objection to
No.
received? 89.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Hernandez, you said in your direct testimony that Martice Fuller told you he had the gun for protection. He did not tell you that he had the gun because he planned to kill someone, right?
No, he did not.
I don't have any further question.
Anything, Mr. Gravely?
Oh, he'd only known you 3 weeks, right?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Anything on that?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. I'll take that paper. I'm going to keep that. Yep, thank you. Do you have another witness of equal length?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Torres, available? This is Martin Torres.
Did they take the lunch into the jury room and everything? So it's all set? Yeah, great. Mr. Gravely, you call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Martin Torres.
Mr. Torres, step up here, please. Whoops. Raise your right hand. You can take that mask off, okay? Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, ma'am. Okay, speak loud enough so they hear that you said that.
I do, ma'am.
Okay, now stay close to that microphone. Slide in a little bit, yeah, because they want to hear you, okay? Okay, Mr. Gravely.
Mr. Torres, can you state your first and last name and spell both your names for the record?
Martin Torres, MartinTorres.
Mr. Torres, how old are you today?
I'm 18.
And back in 2019, at the time period of May of 2019, had you known for a long time in your life a person known to you as Martice Fuller?
Yes.
Is the person you knew and know as Martice Fuller here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, Mr. Torres, can you point out where that person's located and tell us what Martice Fuller is wearing today?
He's wearing a black suit with white shirt.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
The man without the tie, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. The record will reflect identification of Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Torres, Have you been a friend of the defendant's, essentially, had you been a friend of the defendant since about kindergarten?
Yes.
So he'd been a longtime friend of yours.
Yes.
And were you aware of him having a girlfriend in 2018 up until very early 2019?
Yes.
And what was that girl's name?
Kaylee Juga.
And did you know Kaylee Juga?
Yes.
Did you know her through the defendant, or did you know her independently of the defendant? Did you know Kaylee Juga through having met her through the defendant, or did you already know her separately?
Separately.
Separately? Okay. And were you aware of a time when Kaylee Juga was thinking about breaking up with the defendant?
Excuse me, can you say that again, please?
Yeah. Were you aware of a time when Kaylee Juga was thinking about breaking up with the defendant?
Yes.
And did you actually have a conversation with her about the possibility of her breaking up with him at some point?
Yes.
And what did Kaylee tell you about the thought process for her about whether she was going to break up or not?
She was just saying that she was thinking of breaking up with him.
Did she tell you that she thought it was true love?
I know she loved him.
Did she tell you she thought she could change him?
Your Honor, objection, leading questions.
What, I'm sorry, Judge. What, if anything, did Kaylee Juga tell you about possibilities of changing the defendant?
I would object again, leading.
It doesn't require a yes or no answer, so it does not fit the definition of
Can you
leading.
answer that question?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, what, if anything, did Kaylee Juga tell you about the idea that she might be able to change him?
I don't recall. I just know that she thought she could change him.
When Kaylee Juga and the defendant broke up, how did the defendant take that?
He was sad.
And at some point, did he begin to blame anyone for problems that happened after January of 2019 in the defendant's life?
Yes.
Who did the defendant blame for the problems that were occurring in his life?
Kaylee.
And what do you remember about what he was saying about why she was to blame?
Everything that has happened to him.
Say that again?
Everything that has happened to him.
After the breakup, did you become concerned because the defendant was asking you and others to help him get something that might be dangerous?
Yes.
And what was it the defendant was asking you and others to get for him?
A weapon.
What kind of weapon?
A firearm.
And did you assist in any way in the defendant getting a firearm?
No.
In March of 2019, did you get a Snapchat from the defendant regarding a gun?
I cannot recall.
You remember getting a Snapchat at some point about a gun from the defendant?
Yes.
And what did that Snapchat say?
It was just a picture.
And on or about May 2nd, 2019, did you see a picture of the defendant that caused you some concern?
Yes.
And how did you come to see that, if you know?
I received a message from not my account.
From not your account?
Yeah, it wasn't on my account.
Okay, and was that because some other account was open on your phone?
Yep.
And whose account was open on your phone?
It was Martice's account.
And how would his account be open on your phone if you know?
I would let him use my phone.
And he would use it to access his own account?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1 and ask you if you recognize that photo as a photo you received in May or saw in May of 2019. Is that a photo you recognize?
Yes.
Is that the photo that you were indicating concerned you?
Yes.
Who is in that photo?
Martice.
And why does this photo concern you?
Firearm in his pants. Yeah.
Firearm in his pants?
No.
Mr. Torres, did you tell any adults that you were concerned that he was trying to get a firearm or that you had seen a picture of him with a firearm? Did you mention that to any adults?
I did not.
Was there a time before May 9th, the day that Kaylee was murdered, was there a time before that the defendant came and picked you up in a vehicle?
Yes.
And when he picked you up in a vehicle, where did the defendant take you?
Kaylee's home.
Had you been to Kaylee's home before?
Yes.
Was it late at night or mid-evening or middle of the day? What would you describe in terms of the time of day you were at Kaylee's home?
That day you're asking me, or?
Yeah, the day that he picked you up and brought you there.
It was around midnight.
And did you know that you were going to be headed to that location when you got picked up?
Yes.
And did the defendant tell you what he wanted to have happen at that location on the night that he picked you up?
Yes.
What did he tell you he wanted to have happen?
Talk to Kaylee.
Was this during the period of time okay, and so at that time, what was the plan in terms of how he would end up getting to talk to Kaylee? How would that occur?
He just wanted to show up and talk to her.
Okay, and did it appear she knew he was coming?
Yes.
Okay, and and were you asked to do something?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
Knock on the door.
On Kaylee's door? Kaylee's home's door?
Yes.
And did you agree to do that?
Yes.
And were you in contact with anyone else while you were on this trip?
Yes.
And who were you in contact with?
Jennifer Dezoma.
All right, and is Dezoma D-E-Z-O-M-A?
Yes.
And did Jennifer attempt to discourage you from doing this?
Yes.
Did you end up knocking on the door?
Yes.
And what happened when you knocked on the door?
Dad answered.
Who did?
Dad answered.
Dad answered?
Yes.
Okay, and when Dad answered, what happened?
Told me to leave.
And at that time, was it clear that Martice was not welcome at that residence?
Perhaps. I think so.
But you didn't know that until you knocked on that door in the middle of the night, or at midnight, did you?
Yes. Correct.
You assumed, based on Martice's conversation with you, that it was perfectly okay for you to go to that house and knock on the door, right?
Objection leading.
Well, I think he can answer that question.
You assume, based on Martice's discussion with you, it would be perfectly okay for you to knock on her door at midnight, right?
Not exactly.
Well, tell me what I'm wrong about. Why isn't it exact?
Well, first, I don't really know what you mean by that. I need it to be more clear, please.
Sure. Did it surprise you that the father said, you guys can't be here and that you should leave?
Yes.
And why did it surprise you? Was that based on things Martice had told you, or was it based on something else?
Well, I didn't expect him to answer the door. And I didn't think like anything would go wrong. Like I would like nothing would go to the extreme, you know.
Now, had you, before May 9th, ended your friendship with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did that occur?
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's irrelevant as to why he ended his friendship with Mr. Fuller.
I'm going to overrule that. I'll let him express why let him express why he ended that friendship.
I ended the friendship because my parents asked me to.
A little louder, a little louder.
I ended the friendship because my parents asked me to.
And that occurred in April of 2019?
Yes.
And after April of 2019, up until the day that Kaylee Juga was murdered on May 9th, had you had any phone contact or social media contact with the defendant after you ended the friendship?
The day after.
Okay? The day after you ended the friendship?
Yes.
Okay. Since the day after you ended the friendship, had there been any additional contact between the two of you on phone or social media?
No.
Had there been any in-person contact where you two had talked after the day after you ended the friendship?
No.
Mr. Torres, I asked you about how you saw the photo that was exhibit number 1 that we put up there, right? And you indicated you accessed that because it became clear that there was a photo on a Facebook account that was not yours, and you saw that that was Martice Fuller's. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever sent anyone a message using Martice Fuller's Facebook account?
No.
Have you ever sent anyone a message using any of Martice Fuller's accounts? Snapchat, anything else?
No.
I want to ask you a little more about the discussions the defendant had with you about Kaylee after the breakup. Were there times that the defendant became very angry when he was speaking about Kaylee?
Yes.
And do you remember outbursts that concerned you regarding Kaylee when he was mad?
Yes.
And so what would he say in those outbursts that concerned you before Kaylee's murder?
He hated her and it was her fault.
You remember meeting with myself and other people at the DA's office, in our office at one time?
Yes.
You remember telling us that during one of those outbursts, he said, "I hate her, I'm going to kill her." Do you remember telling us that you remember him saying that to you before her murder?
Yes.
Did that happen?
Yes.
And other than the photograph of the gun, was there another time that, and the request that you help him get a gun, was there another time where you received a contact from the defendant, understanding that he had then gotten a gun? Was there some contact you had with him regarding that?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of contact that was, like what social media that was?
No.
And what was the content of that message from the defendant?
I'm sorry. I thought you meant contact as in person.
Say that again?
I said I'm sorry. I thought you meant like something else. I thought you meant.
Oh, well,
Repeat your question.
sure. Well, was there a time in person, Mr. Torres, where the defendant told you, "Okay, I got a gun," and told you a little bit about that?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember the defendant telling you in person about that he had received a gun or somehow got a gun?
He only showed me it and then said he got it.
He tell you where he got it, for instance?
I don't remember where.
Remember who he got it from? Did he tell you that?
Nope, I don't know who.
But he showed it to you?
Yes.
And was that before or after the late night visit to Kaylee's house where you knocked on the door?
Before.
He showed you the gun before?
Oh, no.
The knocking on the door was before?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson or Ms. Scheidegger?
This is a perfect exhibit. Make sure I'm doing that.
Mr. Torres, you just testified a little while ago that Martice Fuller told you that he wanted to kill Kaylee, right?
Correct.
And you told that to members of the district attorney's office, right?
Correct.
When?
This was when they had asked me about it. This was back then when they pulled me into the DA office.
Do you remember what month and what year?
2019. Around May, June.
So around May or June of 2019, you met with people from the district attorney's office?
They came to my house.
Was it police officers or was it people who you see right now in the courtroom?
Detective.
Did you have a separate meeting, though, with people from the district attorney's office who you may see today in the room?
Yes.
When was that meeting?
Like February last year.
So February of 2020?
Yes.
And that was when you made this statement about what Mr. Fuller said, right?
Correct.
Now, you also referenced the fact that some detectives came to your house in May of 2019, right?
Yes.
They asked you for information regarding Mr. Fuller, right?
Yes.
And that's when you showed them that his social media account was on your phone?
Yes.
The detectives asked you a bunch of questions?
Correct.
You answered those questions.
Yes.
You also completed a written statement with the police officers,
Correct.
and that's a 2-page document, correct?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Nowhere in that written statement did you say that Mr. Fuller told you he wanted to kill Kaylee Juga, correct?
I can't remember, but I think I did.
Would it help if I showed you a copy of it to refresh your memory about whether you told that to officers in May of 2019?
Sure.
Is it May of 19? Here you go, Mr. Johnson. What number is it? Okay.
All right, Mr. Torres, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 90.
Thanks.
What is that document?
Statement.
And I'll give you a moment to review it, but anywhere in that statement do you state that Martice told you that he wanted to kill Kaylee Juga?
No.
Sorry, you said no.
No.
And actually, Mr. Torres, I'm going to have you read the bottom of that statement just above where you put your signature. It starts, "I have made." Can you read that, please?
I have made the above statement without any threats or promises. It is my desire to state the true facts as to this incident. I have read the above statement and find it is true and correct.
But the information that you just testified to is nowhere in that statement, right?
Okay.
What was the answer?
I said okay.
Now, when you met with the detectives in May of 2019, that's when you showed them that Mr. Fuller's, well, I guess first let's go back. You talked about accounts. What accounts of Mr. Fuller's were open on your phone?
Just Messenger.
And when you say Messenger, do you mean Facebook Messenger?
Yes, Facebook Messenger.
Now, the last time that you had contact with Mr. Fuller was sometime in April of 2019, right?
Correct.
So that would have been the last time that he would have been able to log into his Messenger account on your phone, right?
Yes.
And then you showed Mr. Fuller's Messenger account to detectives in the middle of May 2019, right?
Correct.
So at a minimum, Mr. Fuller's account remained open on your phone for at a minimum 2 to 3 weeks, right?
Correct.
And during that time, you had access to his Messenger account, right?
Yes.
Now, I know that you testified that you did not send any messages, but because Mr. Fuller's account was open on your phone, you had the ability to send messages from his account, right?
Yes.
Receive messages,
Yep.
and they would have appeared, any messages that you were to type on that account would have appeared as if they were coming from Martice Fuller, right?
Yes.
At no time between the end of your friendship with Mr. Fuller and talking with detectives in the middle of May 2019, at no time did you log out of Mr. Fuller's account on your phone, right?
No.
He's right no, or he's right yes?
He's right. Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gravely?
I have no follow-up, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Torres. You're excused.
Thank.
Thank you. Okay, we'll break for lunch at this time. I'm thinking that we should try to be back and ready to go at 1. So if the public wants to come, about 5 to 1, that's good. And we'll try to get rolling at 1 o'clock. If the jury says that's okay. That's good? Okay. Okay, so the jury can leave. All please rise and the jury will leave, and then we'll break up. Gravely.
Your Honor, state appears by Mike Gravely of the District Attorney's Office. Angelina Gabrielle also appears.
Martice Fuller appears with Carl Johnson and Jillian Scheidegger.
Mr. Gravely.
Your Honor, we've had a couple of witnesses who have testified already in this case. Counsel Carl Johnson and myself have discussed the prior record status of all those witnesses, and we just wanted to place on the record our belief that Stephanie Juga, Austin Hernandez, and Martin Torres, that none of those three individuals have prior records that we believe would be in any way disclosable or of relevance for impeachment purposes.
You agree with that, Mr. Johnson?
I do.
Okay.
We do have some additional witnesses that may testify later today, and so we might want to go through some of those prior records just to facilitate that later. One of our witnesses this afternoon will certainly be Ann Shanice Andrews, and counsel indicated to me he wished to make an argument about possible consideration of a prior of hers.
Okay, Ann Shanice.
Yes.
Okay, and what's her record?
So, Your Honor, I was able to find that it appears she has a conviction. It's for operating without a license, which I understand is pretty minor, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, but it is a criminal traffic conviction. And I guess more relevant as well, the conviction for that case came, it appears that it was October of 2019. So very recent, and actually, I guess, while this investigation or case was pending.
How old would she have been?
She was 23, I believe.
In 19?
Oh, sorry, in 24.
24?
And at the time of conviction, she would have been, yes, 24.
And at the time of the offense?
Time of the offense, it was sometime in 2018.
2018, no license, and that would be,
So she would have been 23 at that. It appears to me she was 23 when charges were issued, 24 at the time of conviction, and then today she would be 20, just past her 26th birthday.
okay. And that's the only thing on her record?
That's the only conviction I'm aware of.
And she just didn't have a license? Wasn't after a revocation or anything, it was just operating without a license?
Correct.
In Kenosha County?
Probably Racine.
Yes.
Is it Racine or Kenosha?
It is Kenosha County. It was
Okay.
heard by the Honorable Bruce Schrader.
Okay, Mr. Gravely?
Your Honor, I would suggest that a criminal traffic regarding a no license is not something that should be considered by the court as an impeachable prior conviction. I think that has been the practice of the court. Certainly, I think it's been general practice in Kenosha. The district attorney's office very seldom even includes those as priors that we ask the court to consider. The one exception, I think, would be hit and runs. Sometimes we would ask the court to consider those because they have, a specific deception as part of the offense. But I would suggest that a criminal traffic case of this sort is not, just as an OWI, would not be one that I would normally ask the court to consider. I don't believe that the court should consider a criminal traffic offense of this type.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to consider that. It's just such a minuscule in the realm of life offense that I think we're not going to get into that. Who else is there that you have coming?
The other persons who are likely to testify today are Desiree Flores. She's being brought in custody, Your Honor, over this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we sent them.
Okay, so Desiree Flores has 3 prior juvenile offenses. They are 2017 and then 2 in 2018. Counsel, do you have that letter or that communication?
I am aware that she
Okay.
has 3 prior adjudications.
So she has 3, but I also believe she has been convicted of 3 additional offenses during the pendency of this matter. And so I think we believe it's accurate that she has 6. Is that right, Counsel? But we're gonna verify that just in a moment, but I believe we think she has 6 currently, counting those 3 juvenile adjudications. So the answer is 6. Counsel, we can show you those other 3 current convictions if you wish, but
I believe
I think you sent them to us, but.
that's for the 2020 cases you're talking about?
Yep.
Yep.
So I think it's the 3 juvenile ones in 17, and so one in 17, 2 18, those are all juvenile adjudications, Your Honor, and then the 3 more recent, 2020.
Okay, so her answer would be 6 priors?
We would stipulate to 6, yes. There is a witness in our case whose name is Alicia Hagens-Stargel. She has a prior that appears to me to be a misdemeanor offense from 1993. And I don't know if counsel is wishing to argue that that should be used or no.
I'm not, no.
1993.
Correct.
Okay, that's a 0, okay?
We have a witness named Dontrell Seymour. He's likely to testify. He's not likely to testify today, but if we wish to cover him, just since we're on the topic today, we've sent a communication to the defense indicating we believe that he has 3 total priors, but our argument to the court today is only 2 should be considered. He has a possession he has a drug conviction in 11, a possession of THC in 15, and then a theft conviction in Georgia in 06. We're going to indicate that the 06 conviction is more than 10 years ago, and particularly in light that even one of those drug convictions is now 10 years old, we are asking the court to consider a stipulation to 2 priors.
Mr. Johnson?
So I guess the reason that I would say that the theft conviction from 06 should count would be twofold. One is that there's a continuing pattern of criminal activity. There's 2 convictions that follow that. And then also that it's a theft conviction, which would seem to indicate some type of deception or dishonest behavior. And so I think that the number should be 3.
Well, so just in response, Judge, the 2 that are more recent are simply possession-related offenses for THC. So they are not indicative of a pattern of dishonesty in any fashion. They're possession of a drug. One of them is possession with intent to deliver, but that's the oldest, the 11 case. So again, I would say a now 15-year-old misdemeanor conviction, I believe again a misdemeanor conviction for theft, is 2 dated, particularly in light that the only other 2 convictions since are possession of THC.
I'm going to strike the 06 just because it is so dated, and I like to often apply the 10-year rule. Not always, but most of the time. Okay, what else? So we got Seymour with 2.
Sure. Your Honor, in terms of persons that we're certain will come before more than a day, I think that's all we would need to do today.
Okay, so how do we want to handle this? Do we want just the victim witness person to inform them of the number they answer if they're asked? Or do we want it on the record?
I'll be able to personally inform Mr. Dontrell Seymour tomorrow. As to Desiree, we will inform her before she takes the stand. Our intention would be likely to talk to her, have her take a stand after a break. So she's being transported today, but she's being transported. When we get to our mid-afternoon break, we'll take it upon ourselves to tell her as well.
You'll take it upon yourselves, or you want me to take her under sworn testimony?
Well, I mean, we've stipulated based on the finding to 6, so I don't think she needs to be individually sworn unless she indicates that she wishes to take issue with that, and if that happens, we'll inform the court.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Johnson and Ms.
That's
Scheidegger?
fine.
Okay, so we won't be breaking to take that before they testify. That's great, because it's quite an inconvenience to have the jury go away while we do it for 2 seconds and then come back. Okay, other than that, we're all set. So your next witness is going to be,
It's, our next witness, I believe, is Dr. Kelly, so the
Okay.
medical examiner.
okay, great. Bring the jury. Yes, we're ready. You may call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Kelly.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Gabrielle.
That's okay.
Dr. Kelly. Way up here, doctor. Come around this way. There's a little set of stairs there. Good afternoon. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Slide close up to that microphone once you get in there, and speak right into it, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Ms. Gabrielle,
Judge, do you want to instruct Dr.?
take off your mask for the witnesses.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Philip Douglas Kelly, Kelley.
And is Philip spelled with one L or two?
One L.
And Dr. Kelly, how are you employed?
I'm a Deputy Chief Medical Examiner with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Milwaukee Medical Examiner's Office?
I've been back with the Milwaukee office for about 3 years now.
And before that, how were you employed?
For the 12 years before that, I was the Chief Medical Examiner with the Fond du Lac County Medical Examiner's Office.
And does that cover the span of your career, or was there more?
No. I began my career back in 98, 99 with my Forensic Pathology Fellowship, which was done with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office. After that, I was asked to stay on as staff and stayed there until the end of 2000. I left there and worked privately in Illinois for about a year, and then took a job with the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office in Florida. That's the Fort Myers, Cape Coral area. After being down there for a few years, I decided to come back to the Midwest, and I came back and joined the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office, and I left that position in 2006 to join to become the Chief Medical Examiner of Fond du Lac.
So all in all, how long have you been a medical examiner?
I guess about 20, 21, 22 years.
And are you actually a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what a forensic pathologist is?
Sure. Well, pathology is the field of medicine that involves the study of disease and injury in people. The subspecialty of forensic pathology is focused on issues regarding not just the medicine of pathology, but issues in the field of law. So it's kind of a medical legal subspecialty of pathology. So basically what forensic pathologists do is they look at people and who are deceased for the most part and determine the cause and manner of death. And so as a medical examiner, which is a position that forensic pathologists often hold, I determine the cause and manner of death in the cases within our jurisdiction and sign death certificates and things like that.
And you mentioned cause and manner of death. Well, actually, let's come back to that. What education and training have you received to qualify you to make those determinations and perform those examinations?
As a forensic pathologist, you go to medical school for 4 years. I did my medical school training with the Southern Illinois University School of, I did my medical school with Southern Illinois University School of Medicine, and then I did a couple of years of internal medicine until I decided to be a forensic pathologist. My pathology training in anatomic and clinical pathology was done with the St. Louis University School of Medicine. After I finished that, I received a forensic pathology fellowship with, as I said, with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
And did you complete medical school in May of 1992?
Correct.
And did you complete your residency training, in June of 1998?
That's right.
And was your fellowship completed in June of 1999?
That's right.
And are you licensed as a forensic pathologist in the state of Wisconsin?
I am.
And do you hold any board certifications?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what does it mean to be board certified?
Well, board certification is a specialized testing that is arranged through each field of medicine to determine whether or not competency has been proven in that field. So to take anatomic and clinical pathology boards, those are separate tests from the forensic pathology boards. So it's basically multiple tests.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 94 and ask if you recognize that exhibit.
Yeah, Exhibit 94 is a copy of my curriculum vitae.
And does it appear to be accurate and complete?
Yes, I believe so.
And your curriculum vitae, is that another word for your resume, including your education and fellowships and residency information?
Right, it's a fancy word.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State Exhibit 94.
No objection.
Received.
Dr. Kelly, Over the course of your career, how many autopsies would you say you have performed?
Up to now, I haven't specifically counted them recently, but I am getting close to 6,000.
And have you also supervised autopsies done by fellows?
Yes.
And fellows are forensic pathologists in training, as you described you once were, correct?
That's correct.
And when you supervise, what do you do?
Supervising a fellow means that as they're attending, you at that point in their career, they're doctors, they're pathologists, they have competency in pathology, but you're helping them to attain that next level of competency. So when we supervise them, we oversee their work and basically look over their shoulder, I guess would be the best way of explaining it. And if there's something that needs to be done, we can easily move in and take over and help them with it.
So you're actually in the same room watching step by step as the autopsy is performed?
Yes.
And how many autopsies would you say you have performed or supervised involving gunshot wounds?
A large number. I'm not sure I can give you a number, but as you might guess, as a medical examiner, a large number of our cases are non-natural deaths, and many of those, whether they're homicide, suicide, accident, they involve firearms. So a large number, to say the least. I don't know.
Were you involved in the autopsy of Kaylee Juga?
Yes.
And how were you involved in that autopsy?
I was the pathologist of record. I was the prosector. I performed it.
And do you recall when that autopsy took place?
Yes, it was in May 10th of 2019.
Do you know, based on the information you received, how old Kaylee Juga was at the time of her death?
I believe she was 15 at the time of her death.
And based on either the information you received or your own observation, do you know how tall Kaylee Juga was?
She was measured as 5 foot 2 inches tall.
When you performed the autopsy of Kaylee Juga, did you see injuries to her body?
Yes.
And what type of injuries did you see?
She had a total of 5 gunshot wounds to her body.
And how were you able to determine that these were gunshot wounds?
Basically from training and experience in the field of forensic pathology.
Do they have a particular appearance to them?
Yes, although there's a large variation of appearances to gunshot wounds, yes, they do have characteristics that we look for.
So when you examined Kaylee, you said you found 5 entrance wounds?
Yes, 5 entrance wounds and then 2 exit wounds as well.
And can you tell me where you observed the entrance wounds?
So 3 of the gunshot wounds were to the right side of her chest in relatively close proximity, relatively close together. The 4th one was to her upper abdomen, which you might call the bread box, just under the ribs. And the last one, the 5th one, was to the head.
You're okay. I'm going to ask that we put State Exhibit 27 on the screen, and Attorney Johnson has agreed that we can do this without showing Dr. Kelly the exhibit first.
That's correct.
Okay.
So these are going to be autopsy photos.
Okay.
Jury and public are.
So I want to tell anybody, if they wish to step out at this time, they certainly can, and they can come back in. Like I said before, you're not going to have people in and out. But if, in this circumstance, if you need to leave, go ahead, and you're welcome to come back at any time, okay? Okay.
Thank you. Can you rotate it, Mr. Stude? Dr. Kelly, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Exhibit 27. Do you know who that is in that photograph?
Yes, this is Kayla Juga.
And can you tell us what you observed during the autopsy of Kayla Juga as seen in this photograph?
Well, in this photograph, you can.
And I'm sorry, there's a laser pointer up there if you'd like to use that.
And a little on-off switch on the side. Let's see. I don't know if we turned it off ever. I think this is on. Okay, and then this button is that little sunburst.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So Exhibit 27 shows the 3 gunshot wounds I mentioned to the right side of the chest. And so you can see one here, and one here. You can also vaguely see the 4th gunshot wound, which is up here to the center of the upper abdomen.
And what part of Kaylee's body are we looking at? Like what side, and how would you describe that particular location?
This is the right side of the chest. Right flank is here. Here's her right arm. Her head is up here, and her abdomen is down here.
And there is a black spot that you agreed that was added to the photograph afterwards
Yes.
for discretion.
Yes, that's concealing the breast area.
And so, do you also, there's an area marked on the right arm. Do you see that? Yes,
You're referring to this area right here.
Yes. And so what is that particular, what is that?
This is a small area of gunpowder stippling, which is, right next to these entrance gunshot wounds.
And what does gunshot stippling mean in your training and experience?
Well, gunpowder stippling it refers to small abrasions or scrapes on the skin that are left by burning and unburned fragments of gunpowder that have exited the end of the gun. A lot of things come out of the end of the gun in addition to the bullet, and that includes flame and pressurized gas and soot and these gunpowder particles. And depending on how far from the skin the end of the gun is held, these things can either be deposited or injure the skin, or they can fall away as the distance increases. Soot and gunpowder particles are not very aerodynamic, so they'll fall away. So it gives us a general idea about the distance between the end of the gun and the skin. And with regards to gunpowder stippling, we refer to this as, when we see gunpowder stippling in association with wounds, we refer to this as intermediate range characteristics, which depends upon the gun and the ammunition, but typically means that we're within a couple of feet. Obviously, as you get further away, the disbursement of those little abrasions from the gunpowder, so they spread out and become less dense. So this little area here is just a little collection on the arm, but it just happens to be right next to these entrance gunshot wounds.
So the fact that there's no gunshot wound where the stippling is located, what does that suggest to you when put in context with the 3 entrance wounds that you do see on her right side?
Well, gunpowder stippling doesn't discern. If there's an area of exposed skin that the gunpowder particles come into contact with, if they have enough energy, if they're going fast enough, they can damage the skin. Now, there are things that can either obstruct or filter out gunpowder particles and soot and things of that nature. That includes hair and clothing. In this particular instance, she was wearing a shirt and a bra that was somewhat thick in nature.
And when you examined the shirt or the bra, did you see anything consistent with the shots having been fired through the clothing?
Yes, there were holes that matched up with the injuries to her body. So yes.
And would it be fair to say that the stippling to her arm was likely caused by one of the bullets that entered into her right side passing by?
I think because of the proximity, I think that's the most likely explanation. But certainly that gunpowder stippling means that gunpowder from the muzzle of the gun was within an intermediate range of her body.
Did you see stippling on the entrance wound to her center chest?
No.
I'm going to ask that State's Exhibit 26 be displayed. Dr. Kelly, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And what is it a photograph of?
This exhibit is a photograph of the right side of Kaylee's head.
And just to orient people, can you just describe where on her head this entrance wound is located?
Yes, you can see the lobe of the right ear here. This is her chin up here, and this is kind of the angle of her jaw. And so this gunshot wound is located right at the angle or the edge of her right jawbone. This down here is a mole to her neck.
Is this also stippling surrounding the entrance wound to her jaw?
This is, yes.
And it appears to be more pronounced and darker than what we saw on her arm. Can you explain why that would be?
In this particular area, the gunpowder stippling is a little denser. In addition to that, if you were to look very closely and if you're going very closely, you would even see that some of the gunpowder is still embedded in the skin. There's actually some darker areas that probably contribute to the darkness of of this area of injury. And then, of course, the reason why it's more dark red is because when you expose the dermis, when you scrape off the skin, as these are abrasions, as I said, so when you scrape off the skin, the dermis underneath your skin, as it dries out, it becomes a dark yellow, dark red color. So this is a combination of all those things, but you can clearly see the individual little kind of pinpoint looking areas of gunpowder stippling surrounding the perforation centrally.
Can you use the laser pointer and just point some of those areas out, please?
Certainly. This is the perforation. You can see it's a little darker. And as you can see the very small, and they're not all pinpoint or round. Some of them are actually kind of oblong, but they are all individual areas where a fragment of gunpowder has impacted the skin and caused a scrape.
And so this stippling on her right jaw is consistent with the muzzle of the gun being within 2 feet of her head?
Approximately. To be completely accurate about the distance, you'd have to test fire the weapon and things, but typically handguns, for instance, the gunpowder loses its energy after 2-3 feet. So this just implies that it's within that kind of a range. In other words, it's not from across the street or something.
And were you able, when you performed the autopsy of this particular gunshot entrance wound, were you able to determine the trajectory of the bullet through Kaylee's body?
Yes.
And what was that trajectory?
Of this particular gunshot wound, the trajectory was from front to back, from right to left, and upwards. The exit was actually just in front of the left ear canal. And incidentally, I should mention that is a description that's given with the body in an anatomic position. That basically means that the body is considered in a position standing straight up with the palms forward, so that left is their left, right is their right, superior, inferior, up and down, front and back. Those are all in reference to the person.
So based on the trajectory of this bullet from front to back, based on your training and experience, it would be fair to say that the shooter was standing facing Kaylee Juga, perhaps off to the right?
That would be a fair assessment, yes.
And you said that there was an upwards trajectory to this particular gunshot wound. What does that suggest to you in terms of the relationship between Kaylee and the shooter at the time that this shot was fired?
Well, I'm not sure it suggests anything at all, mainly because this location, or I should say the location of the gunshot wound, is in a place on the body that has a lot of movement. The head can move left to right, it can move up and down, it can twist. So with regards to her orientation to the gun at the time it went off, I can tell you about where the gun was in relation to the entrance wound because bullets go straight. But with regards to her position within the room, for instance, that's something I can't tell you.
So you can't tell whether Kaylee was standing, sitting, already laying on the floor, or falling in mid-motion at the time of this shot?
That's correct.
Okay. Did this bullet strike any bone within Kaylee's head?
Yes.
And can you tell me more about that?
as it entered, as you can see, it's the very angle of the jaw here, so it just caught the edge of the jaw as it entered her body. This actually traveled across her head at the base of the head, and it struck the bottom of her skull on the left side just before it exited. So it did strike bone in two different locations on its way through.
As to the wounds that we see on Exhibit 27, the right breast area, what were you able to determine regarding the trajectory of those bullets?
All three of these injuries have the same trajectory. They're all right to left, front to back, and downward. So that includes these three, but I will say that this one up here that we can't see really well, that also has a front to back, right to left, and downward trajectory. So basically all four of these, basically all four of these have the same trajectory.
And does this clustering of shots on her right side suggest to you, in conjunction with the stippling on her arm, that this was rapid fire shooting?
That would be the suggestion. That's definitely the logical conclusion.
It's consistent with rapid fire shooting?
It is.
Okay. And also consistent with the shooter facing Kaylee face to face, but off to the right, perhaps?
Yes, I can say that the muzzle of the gun is off to the right of her body.
Were you able to recover any bullets during the autopsy?
Yes.
And how many bullets did you recover?
I recovered a total of 3 bullets. The 3 bullets that were associated with those 3 wound paths to the right chest.
And what did you do with those bullets when you recovered them during the autopsy?
When any evidence that we recover, we package it and turn it over to the law enforcement agency in question.
And if I show you, well, let me just show you some exhibits and ask if you can identify them. Dr. Kelly, if I show you State's Exhibit 91, are you able to identify what that exhibit is?
Yes.
And what is that exhibit?
So Exhibit 91 is a bullet, and the date and the identification and the label that accompanies that bullet are consistent with a bullet collected at the autopsy of Kaylee Juga.
Then I'll ask you to look at State's Exhibit 92 and 93 in turn and ask if you can identify those exhibits as well.
So Exhibit 92 is also a bullet, and again, it is accompanied by our label, which identifies it as being collected at the autopsy of Kaylee Juga. Exhibit 93, again, is a bullet, and again is accompanied by identification, a label, which identifies it as coming from the autopsy of Kaylee Juga.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state would move for admission of Exhibits 91, 92, and 93.
It was 90, 91, and 92.
No, 90.
93 first, okay.
Yep.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Given that there were 5 gunshot wounds, 5 entrance wounds, and only 3 bullets recovered, do you know what happened to the remaining 2 bullets?
I only know that they exited Kaylee's body.
And were you able to determine the cause of death of Kaylee Juga?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
I called her cause of death gunshot wounds to chest, abdomen, and head.
And how did those kill her?
The injuries from these 3 wounds include injuries to both lungs, to the aorta. The aorta is the largest blood vessel of the body. It leaves the heart, and it's a pressurized vessel, and it gives off all of the smaller blood vessels throughout the body. And it was hit twice. 2 of the bullets actually hit the aorta. There's also one of the wound paths passed through the spine and created some damage to the spinal cord. These are the 3 gunshot wounds to the chest that involve the aorta and the lungs and the spine. The gunshot wound to the upper abdomen, it actually passes through the liver, the stomach, the left kidney, and enters the lower part of the left chest cavity and just catches the edge of the left lung before it exits. And finally, the gunshot wound to the head, it actually passes through the soft tissue between the spine and the back of the throat, so to speak. So it passes between them, but doesn't enter either before it hits the base of the skull on the left side and exits. Although I contribute the cause of death to a combination of all of the gunshot wounds, certainly the gunshot wounds that involve the aorta are the most serious and certainly are unsurvivable.
When you say they are unsurvivable, what do you mean by that?
Basically, when you damage the aorta, especially when you put a couple of very large defects in a couple large holes, with each, first of all, it's under blood pressure, so the pressure of the blood itself causes rapid blood loss. But with each beat of the heart, the blood leaves the blood vessels of the body. So it's not very long before a person dies from an injury like that. There's certainly nothing anybody can do about something like that.
So Dr. Kelly, if there had been a team of surgeons in the bedroom immediately after Kaylee Juga was shot, would they have been able to save her?
No, I obviously that's not likely to begin with, but these injuries are so severe, I don't see that as being possible.
And there wasn't a lot of blood in Kaylee's bedroom where she was found after being shot. Can you explain that?
Yes. Remember that our body consists of cavities. So the chest cavities both have a lung in each of them, and the abdominal cavity has all of the organs of the abdomen in them. But that's a cavity, and so if you receive an injury that opens up a blood vessel in any of those cavities, they can certainly fill with blood without any of that blood actually leaving the body, and certainly through very small perforations such as these gunshot wounds, it's very easy to understand how you could fill up these body cavities with blood without any escaping.
And did Kaylee bleed to death?
Yes.
Internally?
Yes.
You mentioned that one of the bullets lodged or passed through her spine?
Yes, I did.
Did it lodge in her spine or pass through her spine?
No, it passed through the spine and lodged underneath the skin of the left side of the back.
Okay. And that was from one of the right breast entrance wounds?
That wound path is actually the gunshot wound over on the side to the flank area.
Okay. And so that bullet, did that bullet, excuse me, just to clarify, that passed through bone?
Yes, it did.
But remained in her body?
Yes.
And you talked about this constellation of gunshot wounds causing her death, but were each potentially fatal on their own?
Certainly, any of them are potentially fatal. Obviously, all gunshot wounds depend on how rapid you receive care for the gunshot wound. So they're all potentially fatal.
I don't have any further questions of Dr. Kelly.
Mr. Johnson?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you.
You need some water after all that?
Oh, I'm okay. Thank you.
For admission of these two. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You want to stand up a minute, you can. If it feels good, go ahead. Mr. Gravely, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Martice Andrews.
Miss Andrews, please come this way. Please please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, I'm going to turn this on so you can repeat that, so they can hear that you did take that oath. Okay, there you go. No, you can leave that off for testifying.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
You don't have to have that on. Okay? Okay, Mr. Gravely.
Ms. Andrews, can you state your first and your last name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ann Shanice Andrews,
Get real close.
ANNSHANIECEE. Last name ANDREWS.
And Ms. Andrews, how old are you today?
26,
And what city do you live in?
Kenosha, Wisconsin.
And back on the time period of May 9th, 2019, what city did you live in back then?
Racine, Wisconsin.
And can you tell me your mother's name?
Latoya Thomas,
Back in May 9th of 19, what city did Latoya Thomas live in?
Racine, Wisconsin.
And do you know a person named Dontrell Seymour?
Yes,
And how do you know him?
he's my first cousin.
And so who is his mother, just so I'm familiar?
Tina Heron.
And so Tina Heron is related to Latoya Thomas in what way?
That's her sister.
Now, are you also familiar with a person named Marcus Fuller?
Yes,
And who is Marcus Fuller?
that's my uncle.
So how is Marcus Fuller related to Latoya Thomas and Tina Heron?
That's their brother.
Okay. So are you familiar with a person who's named Martice Fuller?
Yes,
And how do you know that person?
he's my cousin.
And how is he related to Marcus Fuller?
That's his son.
So am I correct then that Martice would be a cousin to you because Marcus Fuller and your mom Latoya Thomas are siblings, are brother and sister, is that right?
Yes,
All right. On May 10th, 2019, did you come to decide to call the Kenosha Police Department in the early morning hours?
yes.
And why did you decide to make a call to the Kenosha Police Department at around 6 a.m. on May 10th?
Because I was informed that my Aunt Tanisha Fuller house was raided that morning, and I didn't want the same thing to happen with my children in the house with me.
So who were your children who were home?
Anila Carter and Nasi Means.
Okay, and are those sons or daughter? One more time?
We need
Yeah.
spelling on that.
Sorry, can you spell those names?
Yes, Anila, ANIYLAH. Last name Carter, CARTER. Nasi, NASCI. Last name Means, MEANS.
Those are your children?
Yes,
And they were home that day?
yes,
At your home in Racine?
yes.
And why were you concerned that police might come to your house?
Because Martice was there.
And I just want to be sure, you're the one who made a choice to call the police at that time, is that true?
Yes,
And were you aware that your mom, Latoya Thomas, was also calling the police at that time or not?
no,
So you had not prearranged with your mom that she would also call the police at the same time?
no,
Does it surprise you that your mom also called the police to try to accomplish having the police come to your home?
yes.
Okay. And when you talked to the police on May 10th at around 6 a.m., what in general did you say to them?
Well, I was telling them that Martice was at my residence at the time, and he was very cooperative about the police coming and pick him up from there.
And did you indicate that he would turn himself in?
Yes,
And you felt he would be cooperative?
yes,
Okay. So you were trying to make arrangements for the Kenosha Police Department to come and get Martice, who apparently was agreeing to come. Is that right?
yes,
And did you then wait for the police to arrive?
yes,
And did Martice Fuller wait for the police to arrive?
yes,
So he knew you had made the call or no?
Yes.
And he didn't leave the house?
No.
And when did the police eventually arrive on May 10th?
Yes.
And that was to your house in Racine?
Yes.
And other than yourself and Martice and the children you mentioned, did someone else related to you also arrive when the police got there or before the police got there?
My mother.
And that is again LaToya Thomas?
Yes.
And was she there again to try to help assist, making sure the police took custody of Martice Fuller without any problem?
Yes.
All right. So ultimately, did you see Martice Fuller be taken into custody?
Yes.
And was he completely cooperative with police being taken into custody?
Yes.
And did you have any concerns about how the police handled that at that moment?
No.
And after the police took Martice Fuller into custody at your home on May 10th, did the police ask you if they could look around your residence?
Yes.
And did they tell you they were looking for clothes of Martice Fuller or perhaps a gun?
Yes.
And what did you say to them?
It was fine for them to enter.
And did they in fact do that?
Yes.
And did you point them to a particular item that you knew Martice Fuller had brought to your home?
Yes.
And what was the item you pointed them to?
It was a black backpack.
And was that the only item that he brought with him?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he leave anything at all in your house?
No.
Now, I've talked about a Martice Fuller several times so far with you. Is that person who I'm addressing as Martice Fuller here in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
I need you, if you can, Ms. Andrews, to point out that individual and just describe where that person is in the courtroom.
Sitting right over there, on the right-hand side.
What is that individual wearing today?
A black tuxedo with the white shirt.
Wearing a tie or no?
No.
Judge, I'd ask
Record will
you.
reflect identification of Mr. Fuller.
So, Ms. Andrews, I'm referring to him as the defendant based on your identification. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. So, after the police looked around your home and after you showed them the black backpack, did the police make any other request of you at that time?
Just to come down to the court office.
Okay, and again, that was still pretty early in the morning. It was after 6 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And did you agree to come down to the police station?
Yes.
And if I indicated to you that that occurred at around 7:43 a.m., that you came down to the Kenosha Police Department, does that sound right?
Yes.
In fact, you came almost immediately to the police department, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you begin to speak to the police about anything you knew about Martice Fuller and his activities on the day before, on the May 9th?
No.
Did you did the police begin to ask you what you knew or what Martice might have told you about what happened on May 9th, the day before?
Yes, they did ask me.
Okay. And first, did they ask you whether you knew how Martice Fuller had gotten to Racine or gotten to your residence? Did the police ask you that?
Yes, they did.
And what do you remember answering, if you know?
I've told them that I didn't know how he got there.
Did the police ask you whether you knew if he had been at anybody else's house in Racine before yours?
Yes.
And what did you tell the police, if anything?
That he stopped by Tina Heron's.
Okay, and again, Tina Heron is LaToya Thomas, your mom's sister?
Yes.
And how did you know he had been at Tina Heron's, if you remember?
I spoke with Dontrell.
Okay, and is that your cousin Dontrell Seymour?
Yes.
Okay. So, did the police ask you when you first heard anything about this incident? Like when you first got any idea that something was going on here?
Yes.
And did you describe to them something that had happened right after you got off work?
Yes.
So at that time, on May 10th, 2019, Ms. Andrews, where were you working?
At the moment, I was working at Burger King on 22nd Street and 18th. 22nd Avenue and 18th Street, sorry.
I'm sorry, in Kenosha?
Yes.
Okay. So when you got off work on May 9th from the Burger King on 22nd, did something happen that caused you to know that something was up in your family?
Yes.
And what was that?
I was riding down the street on my way to pick up my kids from daycare, and my sister and one of my other cousins had flagged me down and told me that I had to come talk to them.
Where did they flag you down? Where were they located?
They were outside
And were they
at
outside
my
of?
grandparents' house.
Okay, so you got to wait till I'm done, so we're talking, so we're not
Okay,
talking over.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, so I just want to be sure we got this. So you were driving 22nd Avenue, and did you come to a home that you recognized, that you know?
Yes,
And whose home was that you know?
my grandparents.
Okay, and when you went by that house, at that moment, did you know anything was going on until you started to see relatives?
No,
So some relatives flagged you down, is that the word for it?
yes,
Okay, and did you stop when they flagged you down?
yes.
And in general, what were you told at that moment?
That Martice had killed 2 people.
Okay, and these were relatives who were telling you this?
Yeah,
And at the moment you heard that, did they want you to stay and talk some more?
no, I told them, well, they did, but I told them that I had to pick my kids up from daycare.
Okay, and if you recall, who were the people you were conversing with at 22nd there?
My sister, Ann Shataya, should I spell her
Say
name?
that again, yes.
Ann Shataya, ANNSHATIYA, last name Andrews, ANDREWS, and Ticiana, I don't know how to spell her name, NYTECIE Fuller, FULLER.
So when you spoke to those 2 individuals and they wanted you to stay longer, you told them you couldn't do it?
Yes,
And why was that?
because I had to go pick my kids up
And so where'd you go from there?
to the daycare.
Okay. And so did you pick your kids up? Mm-hmm. All right, now, you knew something upsetting was going on though, right, in the family?
Yes,
So when you left there, where'd you go next, if you remember?
back to my grandparents' house.
Okay, to the same place on 22nd?
Yes,
And when you got over there, did you spend a lot of the evening over at their house?
yes,
And at some point, did you call somebody to get some more information?
Dontrell,
Okay, so Dontrell again is your cousin?
yes,
And just so that the record is clear, that's Dontrell Seymour?
yes,
And I'm going to spell that. I'm DONTRELL,
yes,
Seymour, SEYMOUR.
yes.
And do you remember why you decided to contact him as opposed to anybody else in the family?
Because I was notified that he was with Martice at the time at my auntie's house on 22nd Street.
And why were you calling Dontrell? What was your purpose when you called him?
Well, I wanted to know what happened.
So you were just trying to figure out what the heck was going on.
Yeah,
And when you called Dontrell, did you reach him on the phone?
yes.
Okay, so I don't want you to tell me specifically what he said, but what was the information in general that you received when you called him?
Well, he didn't tell me too much information. He was just saying that, yeah, it happened, and that he was at the house,
And who was at the house?
that Martice was at the house.
Okay, and that would be whose home are you speaking of?
Tanisha,
Okay. And then from there, after you were at your grandparents', where'd you go next?
I went home.
And so if I indicated that you went home at about 11:30 p.m. on the 9th of May, does that sound about right?
Yes,
And who would have been with you, if anyone, when you went home?
just my children.
And approximately how old were your kids in May of 19?
4 and 6.
4 and 6?
Yes.
And is the 6-year-old a boy?
Yes,
And the 4-year-old's a girl?
yes,
And so it was you and the 2 children that you mentioned?
yes.
And you arrived home. Was anybody at your home when you got there?
No,
After you got there, when you were there for a short period of time, did someone else arrive at your home?
Dontrell.
After 11:30 p.m., when you got there?
Just Martice.
Okay, and is that the person you've identified here in court, the person I've indicated as the defendant?
Yes,
So he showed up at your home at sometime after 11:30 on May 9th in Racine.
yes,
And were you expecting the defendant to arrive at your home?
no,
And did you believe that the defendant would have had any way to know where your home was?
no,
Had the defendant ever been to your home before this?
No.
How many family members knew where your home was? Was it, did everyone in your family know, or just a few family members know where you lived?
Just a few.
So of the group we've talked about, which group knew where you lived?
Tina Heron in Dontrell.
Okay. Did, for instance, Marcus Fuller know where you lived as far as you knew?
No.
And so when the defendant arrived at your home, what did he say about why he was there or what was going on?
Well, he just wanted to stay there for 1 or 2 hours for him to see his other siblings, his sister and his mom, before he turned himself in.
And ultimately, did it turn out that the defendant was actually present at your house for a number of hours?
Yes.
In fact, was he continuously at your house until he was taken into custody by law enforcement sometime after 6 a.m. that next morning?
Yes.
So he was at your house, if I'm estimating correctly, for approximately 6 hours total. Is that true?
Yes.
And during that time, were any other relatives of yours present at the house for periods of time?
Yes.
Who do you remember was there?
Dontrell Seymour, Marcus Fuller, and one of Dontrell's friends.
But was there also a large period of time where you were alone with the defendant other than your children?
Yes.
And so by what time of the morning hours do you believe that there was no one in your home except you, the defendant, and your children? About what time do you think that was true?
Just probably about 11:30 to 1, between those times.
Okay, that's when the other family members were there, or that's when no other family members were there?
Just Martice was there.
Okay. So at some point during the time that the defendant was at your home, did he disclose to you what had happened in regards to Kaylee Juga?
Yes.
And what do you remember about when that happened? Was that right after he got there? Was that just before he turned himself in? Was it in the middle of the evening? When approximately did that happen that he told you those things?
In the middle of the night,
And,
about an hour or two after he was there at my house.
and were just the two of you there when he told you those things, or were other people present?
Just the two of us, and the kids were in the room asleep.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask you whether you were told certain things by the defendant during that conversation that night. Were you asked by law enforcement whether the defendant told you anything about why he had gotten into it with Kaylee that particular day?
Yes.
And did you answer? Did you tell the police that yes?
Objection, Your Honor. It's a leading question. I think she can answer in her own words about what she told law enforcement.
I'm not required to ask it in the way he asked.
I know, but you're leading, so try not to lead. Go ahead. It's your witness.
What, if anything, did the defendant say to you about why he got into it with Kaylee, his girlfriend, or girlfriend or ex-girlfriend?
Well, at the time, he was telling me that him and Kaylee were into it for quite some months because that he was homeless at the time and he was going to stay at some friend's house. And she had accused him of cheating and that she was giving him threats about her brother and her dad to kill him or something, so that he told me he bought a gun in self-defense.
And did he indicate to you what then happened?
I'm sorry?
Did he tell you what happened? What happened with that gun?
No.
Not at that time?
No.
Okay. What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about that he just snapped? Did he say that to you at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And what was he talking about when he said he just snapped?
Well, he told me that he was watching her house for a while, and that his intentions was just to go in and shoot her once, but when she fell to the floor and started screaming, that he freaked out and he just lost control and snapped out.
Got it. What did the defendant tell you, if anything, about clothes and what he did regarding clothes?
I can't remember what he did with his clothes.
Do you remember telling the police about specific clothes that he told you he had taken off or changed into?
I know something about like a black sweatpants and white tennis shoes.
Okay, and is that something that the defendant told you about, those clothes?
Yes.
And did the defendant tell you he took those clothes off after he changed out of those clothes?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you where he went to change his clothes? Like what location he went to change?
At a park.
At a park? Did the defendant tell you how he got away from the scene after he snapped and fired the shots? Did he tell you what he did to get away?
He rode a bike.
Did he tell you anything about fences that you recall?
Oh, yeah, he did tell me something about he had jumped 2 fences and rode a bike to a park and have somebody pick him up from there.
Okay. Now, Ms. Andrews, when you first spoke to the detective in those early morning hours, did you not tell the detective everything you knew about what the defendant had told you about the shooting? Did you leave some details out?
Yes.
And in general, why did you do that?
Well, because I don't know why.
Is it because he's family?
Yeah.
And you were worried about what would happen about doing this, talking about family?
Objection leading.
You're leading.
Well, why would the fact that it was family matter to you? What was concerning you?
Well, his safety, for one.
Okay. And after the officer spoke to you for a while, did they start to escort you out?
Yes.
And what conversation did you have with the officer as you were being escorted out?
Well, he was just basically letting me know that to put my daughter, my 4-year-old daughter at the time, in Kaylee's parents' shoes, and I'm sorry.
There's a tissue up there, if it helps. Mm-hmm. It's okay. Take your time.
The detectives was telling me to put my daughter in their shoes and to see how it would feel about, something happening like that to my daughter.
And that impacted you, didn't it, when he said that to you?
Yes.
So after you thought about that, did you tell the officer? Did you respond or say something to the officer after you were already out of the interview room?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. After the officer said to you, hey, please think about your daughter, and if this was you in the shoes of the Juga family. Mm-hmm. After he said that to you, you were being escorted out, right? It looked like you were done, right?
Yes. And
did you then say to the officer after he said that, did you tell him something that caused him to actually stop and bring you back?
Yeah, that Martice actually confessed to me that what he did.
And you were hoping to not tell that to the police, weren't you? You were hoping you weren't going to have to say that to the police.
Yes.
After you told the police that, did the detective bring you back to the same room you had been before?
Yes.
And did he talk to you some more?
Yes.
And do you remember what additional things you told the officer at that time? So what did you say that the defendant, Martice Fuller, had told you about what happened at the Juga house that day?
Well, he told me that he was watching her house for quite a while, and that he knew when she would be alone at her house. And then he said that when he walked in, they were listening to music, and her Kylie was in her room, and with the door cracked or something like that. And he said that he shot at her once, and he freaked out and he snapped and shot at the mom twice.
Did he indicate after Kylie saw him, or after Kaylee saw him, or after he started shooting at Kaylee, what Kaylee did?
She screamed.
And did he indicate to you what else happened to her? She screamed, and did she stand up? Did she fall?
She fell on the floor.
Okay. And did the defendant tell you how many people were in the home?
2.
And who did he say was home?
Kylie and her mom.
Okay. And did he indicate what the mom tried to do when he shot her?
She ran to the next room and closed the door.
And did he talk to you about that the mom was to blame for this?
Yes.
What did he say about that?
He said basically the mom let that happen to her daughter.
What did you say when he said that?
Well, she wasn't. If it was me, that I wouldn't let that happen to my daughter. She probably just freaked out and was scared and didn't know what to do at the time.
And you described that conversation to the detective?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you happened after he shot the mom twice?
I'm sorry.
What did the defendant say he did after he shot the mom twice?
That he ran out of the house. And he jumped 2 fences and rode a bike to a park to have someone pick him up.
And where did the defendant say that he went to next?
I believe he said that he went to Tanisha's house.
What, if anything, did he say about going to a friend's house? Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, he went to a friend's house. I can't remember every detail about it.
Sure.
But I know when he said that he told a friend mother that if the police will come looking for him, don't tell him that he was here.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether he knew he had hit Kaylee with any of the shots, and where on her body he had hit her if he did? Did he tell you any particular part of the body that he knew that he had managed to shoot Kaylee in?
In her head.
And did he tell you how he knew he had hit her in the head?
Because she fell to the floor and had blood.
Did he tell you anything else about her head that made him think or know that he had hit her?
There was a black mark or something.
Where?
On her forehead.
And these are all things you're telling the police before 8:30 in the morning on May 10th, is that right?
Yes.
Miss Andrews, after the defendant said that he had planned this, did he tell you what arrangement, if any, he had made to be able to get away? So you told me about the riding a bike to the park, etc., but how was he going to get away from the area?
that somebody would pick him up from a park.
Okay. And did he tell you how he would make that arrangement? Like what he would do to arrange that?
No.
Now, what, if anything, can you say about, as the defendant was describing these things that happened that he did on May 9th? Was he emotional? Was he unemotional? Was he, how would you describe how he was as he was describing the details of this?
Well, he didn't really show no emotions when he was telling me the story.
Did that surprise you?
Yeah.
So, Ms. Andrews, you indicated that the defendant told you that he'd been watching the house for a while. What, if anything, do you remember about how the defendant would know that they were home, for instance? Did he tell you anything about how he would know that they were home at that moment?
No, I can't remember.
Do you remember telling law enforcement on May 10th that he saw them get out of the car and go into their house?
Yes.
Okay, so that is something he told you, or no?
Yes.
And do you remember asking the defendant whether he argued with him in the house, whether there was any whether he got into it with him in the house?
No.
You remember telling law enforcement that they had no argument in the house, that no words were exchanged?
Yes.
And is that what you recall him telling you?
Yes.
Anything else? Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Johnson? You need a glass of water? You can open that bottle and
Okay.
it's a clean bottle of water if you'd like something to drink.
Yeah. Thank you.
Kind of crookedy. Okay, Mr. Johnson.
All right. Ms. Andrews, when you met with the police on May 10th of 2019, you were worried that you were in trouble, right?
Yes.
You even told the police, you said, I was worried about that. I was worried about being in trouble.
Yes.
You were worried because Martice had been at your house, right?
Yes.
And so when you talked with the police, you thought that you were in some hot water, right?
Not really. I just didn't want them to run into my house with my kids in the house.
You said just a moment ago, though, that you were worried that you might be in trouble, right?
Yes, but I wasn't that worried that anything would happen.
Now, when you saw Martice, you didn't see him with a gun, right?
Yes.
Yes, meaning yes, I did not.
I did not see him with a gun.
You did not see Martice wearing a black sweatsuit, right?
No.
You indicated that Martice was agreeable or willing to turn himself into the police, right?
Yes.
Now, you gave 2 interviews to the police on May 10th, right?
Yes.
During that first interview with law enforcement, you had every opportunity to tell them everything you knew, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do that.
No.
You indicated on direct examination that there's only a few family members who knew where you lived, right?
Yes.
Your uncle Marcus was not one of those people,
No.
and Martice was not one of those people.
No.
You were not terribly close with your uncle Marcus, right?
No. No.
You were not very close with Martice.
No.
You told the detectives that Martice barely came around family, right?
Yes.
And when you say barely came around family, you meant family like yourself, right?
Yes.
And so although you were not terribly close to Martice, although he barely came around family, it's your statement to the police in your testimony today that Martice opened up to you about all these things.
Yes.
Now, throughout May 9th and into May 10th, you were reading stories on Facebook about this situation
Yes.
and other social media.
Just Facebook.
And so you were following the situation on Facebook.
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Gravely?
Yes, so I'm going to ask you, Ms. Andrews, whether any of these things are things that you discovered on Facebook on May 9th before you spoke to officers. Did you ever read on Facebook on May 9th before you talked to officers, or May 10th, that the person who killed Kaylee Juga had ridden a bike in a park? Was that ever on Facebook?
No.
And yet you told that to law enforcement, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Was it ever on Facebook that the person who killed Kaylee Juga had changed clothes in between driving to the park and then leaving the park from the clothes they were wearing when they murdered Kaylee?
No.
And yet you told law enforcement that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Had Facebook ever included that the person who killed Kaylee Juga walked into her home wearing black sweatpants and white shoes? Was that ever on Facebook?
No.
And yet you were able to tell law enforcement that black sweatpants and white shoes were the clothes that the defendant told you he changed out of after he murdered her, didn't he?
Yes.
Were you ever told on Facebook on May 9th or 10th that the person who entered Kaylee Juga's home to kill her or left her home after killing her had to jump a fence or jumped fences? Was that on Facebook?
No.
And yet you were able to tell law enforcement that on May 10th in the very early morning hours, weren't you?
Yes.
And that's because the defendant told you that?
Yes.
Were you ever told on Facebook or saw on Facebook that Kaylee was playing music in her room at the time that she was killed?
No.
And yet you were able to tell law enforcement that that's what the defendant told you, isn't that true?
Yes.
Were you ever told on Facebook that the mom was in the opposite or another room when Kaylee was first shot? Was that on Facebook?
No.
And yet you were able to tell law enforcement that the defendant told you that, weren't you?
Yes.
Were you ever told on Facebook or read on Facebook in any way on May 9th or 10th that whoever shot Stephanie Juga shot her twice? Was that on Facebook?
No.
And yet you were able to tell law enforcement exactly how many times that Stephanie Juga was shot, weren't you, on May 10th?
Yes.
And that's because the defendant told you that, isn't that true?
Yes.
Was it on Facebook that after the mom was shot or a gun was pointed at her that she closed a door after opening it and being shot twice? Was that on Facebook?
No.
And yet you were able to provide that detail to law enforcement on May 10th in the early morning hours, right?
Yes.
And was that because the defendant told you that?
Yes.
And then, were you ever read on Facebook that Kaylee Juga had a black mark on her face when she was discovered deceased in this case? Was that ever on Facebook?
No.
And yet you were able to offer the detail to law enforcement on May 10th in the morning that Kaylee Juga had a black mark on her face when her dead body was discovered by officers. You were able to tell them that detail, weren't you?
Yes.
And was that because the defendant told you about a black mark on her face?
Yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Johnson? Anything, Mr. Johnson?
Nothing further.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Go straight ahead.
We can do Morrissey. So I'm here.
Mr. Gravely, your next witness?
The state will call Officer Morrissey. I feel like my space is shrinking.
You're all in your afternoon comfort zone, right? Okay. Officer Morrissey, step up here. You can take your mask off. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
It is.
Please be seated. Miss Gabrielle.
Officer Morrissey, could you please state your first name, your last name, and spell your last name for the record?
Officer Kyle Morrissey. My last name is Morrissey.
And how are you employed, Officer Morrissey?
Police officer with the City of Kenosha Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer with the City of Kenosha?
Just shy of 6 years.
Do you hold a specific role within the police department?
I am an evidence technician.
And what does that mean?
I went through a special training put on by the Kenosha Police Department in the collection and processing of evidence.
And how long have you been an evidence technician for the City of Kenosha?
About 3.5 years.
Were you involved in the investigation of the murder of Kaylee Juga back in May of 2019?
I was.
And was one of your roles to see if there was any surveillance video of what had happened at the Juga house on May 9th of 2019?
It was.
And what did you do in an effort to find surveillance video?
I began canvassing the neighborhood, looking for any type of external cameras or video doorbell systems.
Okay. And if you saw external cameras, what would you do?
I would make contact with the residents. If somebody was home, I'd speak to them and see if I could review the footage.
And did you find video surveillance of the Juga house from May 9th of 2019 at the time that had recording of the time of the shooting of Kaylee and Stephanie Juga?
I did.
And where did you find this video?
A house across the street, I believe the address is 10921 66th Street.
And do you know who the homeowners of that house are?
I'm probably going to butcher the last name, but I believe it's Pagliari.
And do you recall when you found or discovered that that video existed?
It would have been the day after the shooting.
Do you know around what time?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you work a specific shift?
I do. I work second shift, the hours between 3 and 11 at the time.
So would you have found this video after 3 on May 10th of 2019?
Yes.
When you found this video, what did you do? Did you do anything to preserve it?
I did. I downloaded it onto a flash drive, which was later downloaded onto a DVD.
Officer Morrissey, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 76 and ask if you can identify that exhibit.
It appears to be a copy of the DVD with the address I gave earlier on it.
And that contains a recording of surveillance video from May 9th of 2019.
Yes.
And when you saw, did you watch this video?
I did.
And what view does it show?
It's from the house that is directly south of the residence, so it would show the front area and garage of the Juga household.
So when you say south, do you mean across the street?
Correct.
Okay. Mission of State's Exhibit 76?
No objection, Your Honor.
Received.
Did you determine were you able to see on this video any timestamps?
I was.
Okay. And were you able to determine whether the timestamp as shown on the video was accurate?
The timestamp on the video was off by 1 hour.
And off in what way?
If the timestamp, say, read 3 p.m., the actual time would have been 2 p.m.
So if the video shows a black male wearing all black and white shoes approaching the Juga house on May 9th at 15:56, that would be 3:56 p.m. on video, the actual time would be 2:46 p.m.?
I believe it would be 2:56.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, I misspoke. And if the video shows a timestamp of a black male wearing all...
Your Honor, I would object to characterization of the race of that individual. I think they can say what the clothing is, but I don't think that they can, I don't think it's able to be identified in that.
Since I haven't seen it, I don't know whether it is detectable, but confine yourself right now to the clothing.
Okay. So if the video shows a person wearing all black clothing and white shoes running from the Juga house at 1600 timestamp on the video, that should actually be 1500, meaning 3 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. And did you entered that video into evidence so that it would be preserved?
I did.
Okay. Did you also obtain or find video from Alexis Furtney's home?
I did.
Could you spell that name?
Alexis, Alexis, Furtney, Furtney.
Thank you.
And do you recall where Alexis Furtney's home was located at that time?
Yes, I believe it is 1683 17th Avenue in the city of Kenosha.
And was that video that you discovered from May 9th of 2019?
It was.
And what did you do with that video when you observed that there was some evidentiary significance to it?
Again, downloaded it to a USB flash drive and then transferred it to a DVD.
Were you also directed to obtain video from Stein Garden and Gifts?
I was.
And do you know why you were directed to Stein Garden and Gifts?
I believe that Mrs. Furtney and Mr. Fuller went there on the 9th.
So were you looking for video to establish whether in fact that Mr. Fuller and Ms. Furtney were at Stein Garden and Gifts?
I was.
And did you find that video?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do with it?
Again, I downloaded it on a USB flash drive and then placed it onto a DVD.
Okay. Did you determine whether the time stamp on the Stein Garden and Gifts video was accurate?
That video was also off by an hour.
And in what way was it off?
At Stein's, if, say, the timestamp on the video read 11:30 a.m., it actually would have been 12:30 p.m. or just afternoon.
Okay. So if the video shows Alexis Furtney and Martice Fuller entering Stein at 12:07 p.m. timestamp, that would actually be 1:07 p.m. in real time, correct?
I believe so.
And if it shows them leaving Stein at 12:12 timestamp, that would actually be 1:15 p.m. in real time.
Correct.
Okay. Did you also find video in your canvas from a doorbell camera?
I don't believe that I recovered any from a doorbell camera.
Were you also able to recover video from the Pagliari home from an earlier date before May 9th, 2019?
I was.
And did you recover video from May 5th of 2019?
I did.
And was that video recovered after May 9th of 2019
It was.
as part of this investigation?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do with that video when you were alerted that it existed?
I burned a copy of it onto a USB flash drive and then transferred it to a DVD.
And were you able to make a determination as to whether the timestamp on the video from the Pagliari home on May 5th, 2019 was off by an hour, just like the video from the Pagliari home on May 9th of 2019?
That is correct. The timestamp was still off.
Did you... I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 74. I'll ask if you can identify that Exhibit 74.
Yes.
And what is that?
It is the DVD that I burned from the Pagliari residence.
Okay.
On what date?
So I would have burned this one on the 13th, but it's the video from the 5th.
Of 2019?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 74.
No objection.
Received.
I'll show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 73 and ask if you can remove the paper if you need to.
Okay.
If you can identify that exhibit.
Yes.
And what is that exhibit?
This is the DVD from the Furtney household.
The what?
The Furtney household?
From May 9th of 2019?
Correct.
Thank you. The state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 73.
No objection.
Received.
Did you also, as part of your investigation into the homicide of Kaylee Juga, assist with the collection of evidence at the Juga house?
I did.
And you are aware, or were you a part of the collection of the casings and the fired projectiles found in Kaylee Juga's room?
I was.
Did you, on another day, return to the Juga house to collect additional evidence?
I did.
And when did you return?
The next day, the 10th.
And why did you return?
After myself and the detectives watched the video, we realized that because it has audio, it appeared that 7 shots were fired, and we only had collected 6 casings the first day.
So you're referring to the video from the Pagliari home?
Correct.
So 7 shots are heard, but 6 casings are found.
Initially, yes.
When you returned, did you find the 7th casing?
I did.
And where did you find that?
In the foyer of the home behind a small 3-tier dresser-like object.
I don't think so. Did you collect that projectile?
The casing, yes.
I'm sorry, yes, the casing. And what did you do with it?
I logged it into evidence.
Yep. Okay. What exhibit is that? This. I don't know. 25. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
I do.
And do you see in this photo the location where you discovered the 7th casing?
I do.
And can you, using the laser pointer, please point out for the jury where you found that 7th casing?
So this is the little 3-tier dresser I was talking about, and it was behind this, between this and the diagonal wall here.
And did you collect that casing consistent with your evidence technician training?
I did.
Okay. And that was also entered into evidence?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also find in Kaylee's bedroom her wallet and purse?
I did.
Okay. As part of the investigation, did you also collect evidence at the residence of Melinda Bowens?
I did.
And do you recall where that residence is located?
Believe it's 6706 32nd Avenue.
And do you know who lives, or do you remember who was living with Melinda Bowens at that time?
I remember she had sons, but I don't recall their names.
Does Kyle and Nate Bowen sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you find at the Bowens residence? Well, did you find bullets at the Bowens residence?
I did.
And did you collect that as evidence?
I did.
And where did you find these bullets?
They were inside a safe on the 2nd floor of the residence.
And do you know what that room was where the safe was located?
It was essentially a closet that separated 2 bedrooms. So it was like a large walk-in closet separating the bedrooms.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 87 and ask that you identify that.
Thank you. Do you want me to open it?
Yes, please. So what is that exhibit, Officer Morrissey?
It is PPU ammunition that is .380 caliber.
And can you hold it up for the jury to see? And is there ammunition inside that box?
There is.
And is it full?
It is not.
How many would you say are missing?
There's 20 rounds currently in here, and on the package it states that there are 50 that should be in there, so 30.
And is the ammunition that's within that box the 380 PPU as indicated by the label of the box?
It is.
And does it have the head stamp on the bullets that say 380 PPU?
Yes.
And are you aware if there was a casing found in Kaylee's room that had the 380 PPU marking also?
There was.
And are you aware that unfired bullet was found on a sidewalk in the Juga neighborhood?
I am.
And does the head stamp of that bullet match the head stamp of these bullets?
It does.
380 PPU.
Correct.
Did you also assist in the collection of evidence of Martice Fuller's, what had been identified as Martice Fuller's backpack?
I did.
And that was not at the Bowens residence, correct?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And were you just cataloging this evidence?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you were cataloging the contents of Martice Fuller's backpack, what was contained inside?
There was a green quarter zip pullover, a gray quarter zip pullover, a pair of ripped jeans, a birth certificate, and a social security card for Mr. Fuller, as well as, I believe, a job application to Six Flags Great America.
And do you remember what color the jeans were?
I believe they were like a lightish colored jean.
And was there any markings on the exterior of this backpack?
There was. It had Fuller on it, as well as a Warhawks logo on it.
I would ask that Exhibit 37 be displayed by stipulation of Attorney Scheidinger. Is this the backpack that you inventoried?
It is.
And it has Mr. Fuller's name on it, at least first initial, full last name?
Correct.
And the Under Armour logo?
Yes.
And also the image of a hawk and the words football?
Correct.
And it's black, correct?
It is.
I don't have anything further.
Judge, we have no questions for this witness.
You want to reseal that tape is there? You want a break? Yeah. How about a break for the jury? Okay, we'll take a little break. Let the jury out first, then the rest can go.
One of our two remaining witnesses this afternoon, or one of the two witnesses we certainly hope to have, we have some additional as well, today is a person who's still a juvenile. Her name is Alexis Furtney. The court's heard her mentioned a couple times. She ends up, I believe her testimony will be she unwittingly provides a ride in this case. She has requested that her image not be provided community-wide on the live feed, the live stream, because she's a juvenile and because of the circumstances. And so I indicated to counsel, defense counsel, I would make that request because of her young age and because of that specific
What's her young
request.
age? How old is she?
She's 17, so she's still under 18. And so defense is indicating they do not oppose that. And so we're not asking that the audio feed be cut, but we are asking that she not be video portrayed if that's possible, and that is our request.
Ms. WGTD, is that possible for you to block out the face as it live feeds or not? You can. So the body, but not the face, right? Or we just avoid showing her? Okay, that's no problem? Okay, then granted.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, now
Your Honor-
everybody can take a break.
Your Honor, I had one other issue.
wait a minute, one more
I just wanted
time.
to address. So the court's already aware I'd made an objection to a question that the state had asked and referred to one of the videos as saying if it shows a black male. I'm going to object to that sort of description being used by the state in questions or by any witnesses. There had been a motion in limine, this was back in February of 2020, but that any witnesses from the state be precluded from giving an opinion that Martice Fuller is depicted in any of the surveillance videos. That was granted, but I guess I would take it that much of a step further, that there not be any conclusion made about gender or race of that person. I think that also is in the purview of the jury. I think the state can ask a question, is this a video of a person in dark clothing? But I think that's the extent that can be said about it.
If they're commenting. You're talking about if they're commenting on the video itself, correct?
Correct.
Now, once they see the video, it would be in the purview of the jury to determine what they're seeing. But you're not talking about a person who actually saw the activity commenting about what they saw.
Correct. There would be someone who would be commenting on what they are seeing in the video. The motion in limine that was granted basically said it's up to the jury to decide who that is in that video and not for someone to tell them who they believe it is. You know, if not for another witness to say who they think is in that video.
Ms. Gabrielle?
So, two things. My question of Officer Morrissey was a hypothetical question. I said, if the video shows this. So I don't think that was objectionable, but I was not opposed to rephrasing the question. Secondly, the motion in limine that was granted said that witnesses would not say that the person in the video was in fact Martice Fuller, but that they could point out consistencies in the appearance of the person in the video and Martice Fuller. And I fully expect witnesses to do that because they know his height, his weight, his gait, and other methods of identification. The ultimate decision will be left to the jury, but the witnesses will provide that information.
So, Judge, I just want to add to that briefly, and that is, you know, we're at an age in terms of our modern technology where videotape is the new way that people are eyewitnesses. And so the law, I think, has made an adjustment. So the traditional old view of this was, you know, you can't describe what's on videotape. But frankly, the quality of video and the ability to interpret video is equivalent to an eyewitness. And so certainly the defense would be able to abundantly indicate that, you know, and with argument and cross the limitations in that. But for other people who have viewed that video to indicate what their opinion is would be no different than if an eyewitness neighbor across the street was asked, rather than his doorbell cam, was asked, you know, what did you see? You would allow that witness to describe the race if they had an opinion about the race, and I think the viewer of that videotape has the same ability at this stage in our modern technology.
I'd want to see the video to see if that's distinguishable. If it's not distinguishable, I'm not going to let them make a conjecture about what their race is. I also am not certain how they would determine height on a video.
There are ways. And
Who
we'll
are you talking about asking this question of?
Detective Kennedy?
So he's trained in observing the height, weight, gait of people, correct?
You just compare to an object that is in the videotape. So
Right.
you just take a look and you see somebody pass by a certain thing and you know its height, and so you
If you
can
know
make an
it,
estimate.
if you know it.
So-
I'm saying that he has that ability to know those things.
Well, I mean, if he's.
Is that what you're saying? He has the ability to know how high the stop sign is or whatever else we're talking about?
Yes, or he can make the comparison in multiple videos side by side that the height of the particular person is the same in each one.
That would be okay, certainly.
So, and again, Judge, the defense has the ability to, you know, counter this in any way they want using the same techniques. They can bring somebody in and say, you know, that isn't the measurement of this, or that's not, this could just as easily be somebody else's weight. But these are trained officers who observe video regularly in their profession, and they make educated decisions about video in their profession. They are better than eyewitnesses in a sort of a street situation in many cases. Video we don't have to worry about people's problematic memories or any of those things. It has huge advantages over eyewitness testimony. And again, these are individuals who are going to state an opinion. They'll have to be able to defend the basis for that opinion, and I understood that was what the court was clearly expressing to us. But they should be able to express that opinion, and it should be able to be actively challenged by the defense.
Your Honor, I don't believe that there's been any type of expert report, you know, detailing what the methods are that are being used in order to do this, what is the validity of the methods that are being used in order to determine it. I think that the jury is in just as good of a position as any other witness to be able to look at that video and make a decision about who that video depicts. I don't think that.
I'm losing the last part.
I think that the jury is in just the same position as any other witness to be able to look at that video, make a determination of who that person is, to see their clothing, to see their size, et cetera, and to make a decision for themselves. I don't think it's something that calls for any type of specialized knowledge or specialized testimony or opinion testimony. The jury can look at it and make a decision for themselves. That's what they're here to do, and I think they should be allowed to do that.
I have not seen the videos, and I don't know exactly what the state is saying. They're going to do a side-by-side comparison in these videos up on the screen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So their conclusion will be that the person in this video is the person in this video is the person in this video, correct?
That the appearance is consistent.
Consistent, in their opinion.
In their opinion.
And they are not necessarily going to say who that person is.
Correct.
Yeah, that's allowable, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
What time, Judge?
Let's say 20 after. How about 25 after? Everybody come back to their seats, okay?
Okay.
welcome back. Miss Gabrielle, your next witness, or Mr. Gravely.
Your Honor, state calls Alexis Furtney to the stand, and this is the witness, Judge, that we've spoken about that would not have a video depiction.
Okay, and is somebody bringing her in?
Yep.
Step right up here. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you can take your mask off? No. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated and please speak into that microphone, okay? Got it? Okay. Mr. Gravely.
Ms. Furtney, could you state your first and last name and spell both your names for the record?
Alexis Furtney, Alexis, Furtney, Furtney.
Ms. Furtney, how old are you today?
17.
Back on May 9th, 2019, how old were you then?
I was 15.
And where were you going to school at that time?
Harborside Academy.
What year of school were you in at that time?
I was a sophomore, I believe.
Did you know a person named Kaylee Juga back on May 9th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
And what would you describe her as in terms of a relationship with her on May 9th, 2019?
We played softball together for a very long time. Her mom used to take our team photos, and I used to play middle school softball with her, and I've known her for a while, yeah.
Within a couple of weeks before May 9th, 2019, did you and she go out and do something social together?
Yeah.
And do you remember when that was in relation to May 9th, approximately, if you don't know the specific date?
No, it was a couple days before, I believe.
And what did you guys do, if you remember?
It was me. Do you want me to say the names, like who was with us?
Well, it was you, and was Kaylee there?
Yeah.
How many others were there?
2 others.
Okay, and what'd you guys do?
We went to Target, and then we went to Noodles and Company.
Right. And on May 9th, 2019, had you and, at that time, did you and Kaylee, what if anything can you say about your and Kaylee's relationship as acquaintances where you knew any history she had with an ex-boyfriend? Did you know specifically about any real history she had with him?
Not necessarily. I just knew that they broke up and they weren't really allowed to see each other. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Did you, for instance, what if any knowledge did you have that Kaylee was concerned about this person, meaning the ex-boyfriend, coming to her house without permission?
No.
What, if anything, had you heard from Kaylee that this person would not leave her alone, was sort of stalking her?
No.
What, if anything, had you heard from Kaylee about that this individual, the ex-boyfriend, was a specific danger to her, that he was in any way a threat to her?
Not really, no.
Okay. So, on or about May 7th, 2019, did somebody request to be able to stay at the house you were living at?
Yes.
And who was it who made that request?
Martice Fuller.
Is the person who made that request here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, could you indicate where that person is located today and what that person is wearing today that you've identified as Martice?
He's in the middle on the right table wearing a black blazer and a white collared shirt.
Record will reflect identification.
And prior to May 7th, 2019, what would you describe as your connection to the defendant?
We just had mutual friends all around middle school, but we didn't really talk too much.
Had you ever had a lengthy conversation with him in your life before May 7th?
Not necessarily, no.
No? And so did it surprise you that this individual who you had mutual friends with but had never had a real conversation or a strong conversation with wanted to stay at your house? Did that surprise you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you had that request, how'd you handle it? What did you do?
I kind of just sympathized and listened to what happened.
All right, and what you were hearing was that that essentially he had no other options at that point?
Yes.
And so out of sympathy you said, yeah, you can be here? Mm-hmm. So what was the arrangement at your house? How was he able to stay at your house?
So I had a spare bedroom in my house, and after listening to that he was like couch hopping, I felt really bad, so I let him stay in the guest bedroom.
So you guys had an extra bedroom available?
Yes.
And who else lived in the house other than you?
My mom and my dad.
And they knew that he was staying over?
My mom did, yes.
Okay. So am I correct then that he came over and stayed on May 7th?
I don't recall the date, but he did stay.
Okay, did he stay 2 nights, May 7th and May 8th?
I believe so, yes.
And so did he stay the 2 nights before you transported him around and then found out Kaylee had been murdered?
Yes.
So if I told you that her murder occurred on the 9th, then the days he would have stayed would be the 7th and 8th? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. So on May 7th, did you in any way have any contact with Kaylee about the fact that the defendant was staying with you?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you provide out on social media that you were with the defendant in some fashion?
Yes.
And what do you remember about how you did that?
So me and 3 other friends, well, 2 other friends, including him, were all hanging out, and we just posted a picture of a mirror picture.
And in some way in that information, did you also indicate he was staying at your house?
No.
All right. At some point, were you contacted by Kaylee indicating she was unhappy about that?
Yes.
And again, at the point you were contacted by her, you didn't know that she'd had all these other troubles, or you had no idea that there might be these other troubles I just mentioned. Is that right?
Yes.
So at the time she contacted you, did you assume she was just being jealous?
No.
Okay. Was she mad?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't quite sure why she was mad, or what?
I figured she was mad because it was her ex-boyfriend, but then I later on explained to her that I opened my extra room up to someone who was not having a house to stay at, not because of the relationship that she had with him.
So on May 9th, you were still in school, correct?
Yes.
On that particular day, were you not going to school for a particular reason?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because I was in a cast because I tore my major ligament in my right ankle, and we were going to Chicago that day, and I couldn't go because I had a crutch around, and it just didn't really make any sense for me to go.
So you were not having to go to a school building, you were staying home?
Yes.
And at that time, Martice Fuller, the defendant, was at your home?
Yes.
So I want to direct your attention then to May 9th. So that's the last day he was at your home when you transported him back and forth. Mm-hmm. did you wake up before him?
Yes.
And in the morning, when you woke up, did you go and get something and bring it back?
Yeah.
Where did you go, if you remember?
I went to go get breakfast at McDonald's, and then I went to Starbucks to get coffee.
All right, and did you get those for both of you or just for yourself?
Necessarily just for myself, but then I grabbed him something because it would be kind of selfish not to.
So then did you return back to your home?
Yes.
And when you got back to your home, about what time was it on the 9th? You don't have to be exact, but just...
I don't remember.
Late morning, still early morning, noon? What?
Or like 11-ish, I
Okay.
guess.
And did you have was the defendant up by then?
Barely.
Okay. And ultimately, did you have a conversation with him about the fact that Kaylee had been mad about the post?
Yeah.
And did that seem to be very upsetting to the defendant?
I don't recall.
At some point, did the defendant indicate to you that he wanted you to, or did he request that you take him some other location?
Yes.
And where did he tell you that he wanted to go?
He told me he wanted to sleep over at Ezra's.
And did you know who he meant by Ezra?
Yeah.
And who was that?
Ezra, how I know him? Or
who do you know his name? Ezra what?
Ezra Stargell.
Okay, and that's Stargell?
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, and is that a person that also you know to be also a high school age individual?
Yeah.
And you already knew that person?
Yeah.
Did you know where Ezra lived on May 9th until you were asked by the defendant to transport him there?
No.
Did you have a means to transport him if he wanted you to take him somewhere? Is there a way you were going to be able to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so how were you going to be able to do that?
To drive my mom's car.
All right, and did you agree that you would take the defendant over to Ezra's house?
Yes.
And did you do an errand or two before you did that?
Yes, I went to Stein's.
Okay, and so in your building that you lived at and that the defendant was staying at, were there video in the hallways of that location?
And where?
So did you guys have cameras inside your house, in the home you were living in, that would record people coming and going in the house?
Yes.
All right. And so if you know, would there have been video of what you were wearing and what the defendant was wearing as you guys were leaving?
Yes.
So why don't we have one that is above this? I thought in the video we never have a view that's not this. Okay. All right. So So, Ms. Furtney, first I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53. I'm going to ask you if you recognize the sort of partial view of two individuals who are in this particular picture.
Yes, I do.
Okay, who are those two individuals?
It's me and Martice.
Okay, and does that appear to be a still shot that would have come from the video from your house
Yes.
as you're leaving to head off to Stein's?
Yes.
And the errand was, we're going to Stein's, but then I'll drop you at Ezra's after. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, do you recall that that's how you were dressed in terms of what we can see of you in that picture?
Yes.
And do you recall that is how the defendant was dressed?
Yes.
So I see somebody has a backpack. Who's that?
Martice.
And was that a black backpack? You could tell.
Yes.
And someone's wearing blue jeans, is that correct, or jeans?
Yes.
And who's that?
Martice.
Somebody's wearing shorts, is that correct?
Yes.
Who's that?
Me.
All right. And does that picture appear to be a true and accurate depiction of how the two of you looked leaving your house before you dropped the defendant off at Ezra?
Yes.
Judge, I move admission of that exhibit.
No objection?
No objection.
Received.
So we're just going to show that then on the app. So again, is that the same picture I just showed? Does that appear to be the same picture?
Yes.
All right, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 61. And I'm going to ask you, does that appear to be interior video from a location that you were at on this same day that we're talking about?
Yeah.
Where is that?
Steins.
Okay, is that the Steins here in Kenosha?
Yes.
All right, there's only one, right?
Yeah.
All right, and is that a depiction of the errand that you and the defendant were running at Steins before the trip over to Ezra's?
Yes.
Do you see anybody you recognize from that video based on you being there that day?
Martice Fuller.
Okay. Does that picture appear to be a true and accurate representation of how Martice Fuller looked before you dropped him at Ezra's?
Yes.
Okay. Does it appear to be different in any way that you see from what he looked like or what Steins looked like at the time of this incident?
No backpack.
No backpack, but do you know, did he bring the backpack into Steins or did he leave it in the car?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you know that it's him?
Yes.
You know it's the defendant?
Yes.
All right, move admission of the exhibit.
No objection.
Received.
Ask opportunity to publish it by putting it on the iPad.
Go ahead.
Can we lose lights a little bit on this? Is there a way to have this not lit so the jury can see this just slightly more clearly? Is that possible? Thank you. That's great. Okay, so is there a laser pointer up there?
Yes.
How is your expertise at laser pointing? Are you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, can you point to the jury where this individual is you're saying is Martice Fuller?
Right there.
Okay. Can you tell me, are those shoes that you recall the defendant wearing when you dropped him off?
Yes.
Now, what color were those shoes?
White.
And were the jeans or the pants the same pants you recall the defendant wearing when you dropped him off?
Yes.
And what color were they, if you remember?
Blue jeans, I recall.
And was the shirt there a shirt you recall the defendant wearing when you dropped him off?
Yes.
And do you remember the color of the shirt?
It was a gray hooded sweatshirt.
Okay, and so that is the clothes he was wearing that day?
Yes.
And this is the very same day you dropped him?
Yes.
All right, so after you did the errand at Steins, you can turn the lights back on, thank you. After you did the errand at Steins, what happened next?
I dropped him off at Ezra's.
That's the very next thing that happened?
I believe so.
And do you remember in general where Ezra's was? Like what part of town? What was it by?
Target.
Okay. And when you dropped him at that location, what did you see him do? Did he go into a place, or did he just get out of the car and you left and didn't see where he went? What do you remember?
I can't recall.
Okay. At that point, what was your understanding on whether you thought you would be seeing the defendant any more that day?
I was under the intention that he was spending the night.
You did not expect him back?
No.
And you thought your time giving him a ride was over?
Yes.
So, Ms. Furtney, you had gotten permission for him to stay at your house kind of indefinitely, right? He was going to be able to stay there as long as he needed, right?
Yes.
So, was it a little bit of a surprise to you on this particular day, the 9th, that he said, no, today I'm going to go over to Ezra's?
It was, but in the back of my head, I felt maybe he wanted to go to a closer friend's house so he could feel more comfortable.
Okay. Because that was what would make sense at the time to you, right? You had no idea that other things were happening that day.
Yeah.
So, after you dropped the defendant at Ezra's, what's the next thing that happened in any relation to the defendant for you that day?
He told me Ezra was being weird and if I could come pick him up in an hour.
Do you remember where you were by then?
I was almost halfway home, I believe.
So you were on your way back to your house.
Mm-hmm.
And
Was it a yes?
Oh, yes. Yes, sorry.
And so he asked you to pick him up in an hour?
Yes.
And do you remember what time you agreed upon, if you do? Do you remember the time you agreed upon?
No.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
If I indicated that you told him you would meet him at Ezra's at 2:40 p.m., does that sound right?
Yes.
That's a very specific time, right?
Yeah.
And then you expected he would be back at your house based on that.
Yes.
And he said it was because Ezra was being weird?
Yes.
So, are you a person who's normally pretty punctual? If you say you're going to be at a place at a time, are you there?
Yeah.
So, you made it over there at 2:40, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you got there at 2:40, was the defendant anywhere to be found?
No.
You were back at Ezra's?
Yes.
And am I correct that the house you were living in is on the entire other end of town, right?
Yes, sir.
So at this point, you had driven all the way almost to halfway to your house. Then you'd made arrangements and now you had come all the way back and he wasn't there at 2:40.
Yes.
What did you do when you didn't find him there at 2:40?
So I searched at the local places that have Wi-Fi because I knew his phone did not have cellular data. So I went to a couple places such as like Subway, Target, Starbucks.
So you're literally driving around in areas nearby, like what, looking in parking lots or inside the stores? Where were you going?
Both, yeah.
Searching the town for this guy. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, and is he in communication with you? Are you trying to reach him during this time?
I was trying to reach him, but he was not responding.
Okay, so how long do you think you did that? How long did you drive around? I assume that didn't start until 2:40, right? When he wasn't at the spot you thought.
Yes.
So how long do you think you did that?
I don't recall, but it was a while.
And then at some point, did you contact someone else?
Yes.
Who'd you contact?
I called Frankie, my friend, because I was just sitting in the parking lot at Target and I was kind of confused on what I should do because I was supposed to pick him up and he was nowhere to be found and I felt bad.
And ultimately, did you contact someone else?
I don't remember.
At some point, did you have some kind of contact of some kind with Ezra?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because that's where you thought he was.
Yeah.
So that'd be a logical person, right?
Yes.
And in
yes.
general, what information did you get at that time?
So I contacted Ezra before, I believe, but he told me that Martice had left and he was going to meet me somewhere, or he just left, yeah.
Okay, so he really couldn't give you any additional information?
No.
Okay, so at some point you abandoned the search?
Yes.
And what'd you do when you abandoned the search?
I just headed home.
Okay, so you've gone there, then you're back, then you've gone there, and now you're headed back again to your home?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that the last you hear of the defendant, or did he pop up again?
He pops up again.
All right, where are you this time?
I'd say really close to my house.
So you're almost back on the other end of town, almost home.
Yes.
And what's the contact this time in general?
He texted me and then called me on Snapchat and asked me to pick him up as soon as I can.
Okay, and so where are you supposed to pick him up? What is his request?
At Ezra's, I believe.
So if I indicated to you that one of the records we have
For the
is-
church, the Journey Church.
Okay, in that area?
Yes,
And Ezra's and Journey Church are fairly close, right?
I believe so, yes.
So if I indicated to you that there was a call between you and the defendant on your phone records at 3:10 p.m. and it was 2 minutes, is that the call you're talking about?
Yes,
So having left the area where Ezra was, you're almost home, and then he first texts you or somehow contacts you social media, and then you're in a call with him, and that's by 3:10.
yes,
And during that call is when he says, you need to come and get me, and he gives you a location, right?
yes.
Were you tempted to say, to heck with you, I've had enough driving around town today? Were you tempted to do that?
I was kind of annoyed at first, but then I kind of just went with it and had to go home first.
Okay, did you have to explain that to the defendant?
Yes,
And why did you have to go home first?
because the car that I was using was my mom's, and she usually needs that car for work, so I had to explain to him that I had to switch into the other car that we have.
Was he unhappy about that?
He was just very rushed. He was very consistent on the time.
Okay, so what was the new arrangement you guys came to? When were you going to get him? Just whenever you could make it back?
As soon as I could, yeah.
Okay. And where was he supposed to be?
I don't recall. Either Journey or Ezra's.
Okay, and so did you make the switch of the cars?
Yes.
And when you made that, did you go right home and switch the cars?
I talked to my mom downstairs for a little bit, and then I switched the cars, yes.
So if I told you that the records show that it looks like the video shows you leaving at right around 3:11, so right at almost at the same time as that call, does that make sense?
Yes.
And that would be leaving in a different car to go get him from across town, is that
Yes.
right? And did you go straight to pick him up, or did you stop other places?
I believe I went straight to pick him up.
Okay, and do you recall where you ended up picking him up on this occasion?
Ezra's.
Okay, so you went to that same location, you drove straight there, you knew where it was because he had shown you earlier that day?
Yes.
And when you got there, what happened?
I was kind of waiting there for a little bit, and then I saw Martice come around the apartment complex. I was kind of parked a couple doors down, so I didn't see him come out of Ezra's door.
So you're not sure if he was just around the building or if he was coming out of a door, you don't know?
It looked more like he was coming from around the building.
Got it. And at that time, what do you remember the defendant was wearing?
The same clothes as I dropped him off in.
Okay, so I want to go through those. Light gray sweatshirt,
Yes.
blue jeans,
Yes.
white shoes,
Yes.
black backpack,
Yes.
all those things were still with him.
Yes.
And was, when you saw the shoes, when they were at your house for a couple of days, had you noticed that what the condition of the white shoes were before you dropped them at Ezra's?
Yes.
What were the condition of those white shoes?
They were really muddy.
No, I'm talking about before you dropped them at Ezra's.
Oh, before they were clean, they were white shoes.
Okay, so they looked like they were not in any way dirty when you first dropped them?
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm talking about when you come and pick him up from, okay? When you pick him up, is he wearing the same white shoes?
Yes.
Are they different in any way from when you saw them, a couple hours earlier, right?
Yes.
How are those white shoes different now?
They were dirty and muddy.
And you're driving, correct?
Yes.
And where are you driving to, at least at first?
His aunt's house.
Okay, and does he tell you that right away? He wants you to take him to his aunt's?
Yes.
And is he acting differently than you recalled him acting during the time he'd been with you and during the time just before you dropped him off?
Yes.
How is he different than the 2 days you'd spent with him just before this?
He was rushing me to pull out of the parking lot because I was wondering why he wasn't answering the phone. He was kind of like in a down mood and kind of angry.
And then as you continued to drive him, did something else happen?
About halfway through the ride, I was really upset because he wasn't talking, and I felt bad, so I kind of started crying, and then I asked him where he was, and he started crying, and he was upset.
What did he tell you at that time?
He told me that his name was on the police scanner, and that he believes his cousins shot and killed Kaylee, and he was just very upset and saying how his DNA is all over Kaylee's house because he's been there a lot, and that the police are gonna think it's him.
And when he said cousins, he said they were girls, right?
Yes.
So he told you a group of girls shot Kaylee?
I believe so, yes.
And did he tell you the group of girls were friends of his cousins?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Did he tell you that the group of girls that he believed had shot Kaylee were friends of his cousins?
I don't recall.
We have an extra cut.
Ms. Furtney, if I were to show you your statement, is it possible that would refresh your recollection about what you said about the group of girls?
Yes, sir.
So if I showed you the statement and you reviewed it silently yourself, that might refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'd ask you permission to approach to see if I can refresh your memory.
Yes.
So Ms. Furtney, I'm specifically indicating the very last couple of lines there. Okay. At the very end of the page. So just read it to yourself and then tell me. My question is, does that refresh your memory? Don't tell me the details yet. Just the answer is yes or no. Does it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to take
Yes.
that away. So now that your memory is refreshed, Ms. Furtney, what do you recall him telling you about halfway through the trip about a group of girls?
That they basically hurt her because she ruined his life.
And did he tell you that that group of girls were not his cousins, but were friends of his cousins?
Yes.
So the defendant had told you to let him off at a particular house. Had you ever been to that house before?
No, sir.
He described it, though, as whose home?
His aunt's.
Okay. And did you go to a house that was by Roosevelt and 22nd Avenue?
Yes.
And did the defendant give you any instructions about what you were to do when you got to that house?
Yes.
What did he ask you to do or tell you to do?
He asked me as soon as I dropped him off to drive away and not to tell anybody that he was at Ezra's, and if they asked that he was at home, I recall, and that he was sorry and loved me.
Okay, so you were to say he was not at Ezra's, but you knew that was untrue. You knew he was at Ezra's, right?
Yes.
And he wanted you to say he was at his family's, but you knew that was untrue, correct?
Yes.
You filed that jury list, right? And I'm throwing all mine away.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. We didn't mark it because I just used it to refresh.
Okay, I'm the same thing, that's fine, I just thought you marked it.
No, no, I meant to, but then I came up with another idea.
Ms. Scheidegger?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Furtney, you stated on direct that you were friends with Martice Fuller during 2019.
Yes.
And when you gave a statement to law enforcement, you referred to him as a lifelong friend.
Well, we were more mutual friends, but I've known him for a while, yes.
Okay. And on May 7th, you indicated that he had reached out to you for a place to stay.
Yes.
Had you been spending time with him on that day previously? Or had
On May 7th, yes, when I picked him up.
so you were hanging out?
Yes.
And then during the time that you were hanging out, he said, "Can I spend the night?"
After he told me what was going on, like how he was couch hopping and stuff like that, yes.
And when you say what was going on, he was couch hopping, you're referring to him having been kicked out of his parents' home?
Yes, and his friends.
You mentioned on your direct testimony you were aware Martice didn't have a functioning cellular phone.
Yes.
That when he wanted to communicate with people, it had to be connected to Wi-Fi.
Yes.
If it wasn't on Wi-Fi, he could not communicate.
Right.
During your conversations with Martice, you were made aware that he really had nowhere to go and that he had been staying with a few other friends during this time period?
Yes.
When we fast forward to the 9th, Martice requested a ride from you.
Yes.
And he asked that you take him to his friend Ezra Stargill's home.
Yes.
He asked you for a ride because he didn't have a car.
Yes.
You knew at this time he had been relying on friends for rides.
Yes.
You then took him to Ezra's house.
After I went to Stein's, yes.
Yes. But ultimately, take him to Ezra's.
Yes.
Not long after you leave Ezra's and you're on your way home, you get a message from Martice.
Yes.
He says something to the extent that he's uncomfortable staying at Ezra's because he's being weird.
Yes.
And he asks that you come back to pick him up.
Yes.
You had said that's fine, that you would give him a ride.
Yes.
Now I want to fast forward to when you picked him up the second time. You pick him up, you're in the parking lot of Ezra's apartment complex.
Yes.
And when he got in the car, you believed he seemed a little weird or off.
Yes.
He was wearing the same clothes you had seen him in when you dropped him off earlier that same day.
Yes.
The gray sweatshirt,
Yes.
blue jeans.
Yes.
He had his backpack with him.
Yes.
And he asked for a ride to go to his aunt's home.
Yes.
At some point during the ride, sounds like both of you became upset.
Yes.
Sounds like you got frustrated because he hadn't really told you what was going on.
Yes.
maybe you're a little bit of an emotional person. When you get frustrated, you cry.
Yes.
So you start crying. And then, is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
And then Martice becomes emotional or seems off to you.
Yes.
But one way or another, when he gets into the car with you, before you take him to the aunts, he's not wearing a black sweatshirt.
Say that again.
He was not wearing a black sweatshirt.
I don't recall. He was wearing a gray sweatshirt.
He wasn't wearing black sweatpants.
No.
And you described in your interview to police that you saw some mud on his shoes, but it appeared to be dry.
Yes.
Didn't see any blood on him.
No.
You never saw a gun.
No.
Never mentioned a gun.
What was that?
Never mentioned a gun.
No.
You were not of the belief that he had a gun.
I've heard stories, but when he came to my house, I asked him if he had a gun on him, and he said no.
Part of the reason you asked him whether or not he had a firearm on him was that was a rule of your home that no one could have a firearm.
Yes.
So it was important for you to clarify that he did not have a gun on him.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're en route to what you believe is Martice's aunt's home, he makes a comment to you to not tell anyone he was at Ezra's.
It was when I arrived at his aunt's house, yes.
Now, you were interviewed by law enforcement on May 9th.
Yes, ma'am.
During your interview with law enforcement, you never told them that Martice told you to not tell anyone
Yes.
that he was at Ezra's.
Yes, because they made me rewrite the statement 3 times because I missed 2 words in each one, and I felt very rushed by the police officer, and I didn't want to remake him write the whole thing over.
Part of the reason they made you rewrite the statement was to make sure it was accurate.
Yes.
So one way or another, you never included the part about him telling you to not mention Ezra's house.
Yes, but I did tell the officers and the Pablo who investigated me, I did tell them that.
And when you say Pablo, you mean Detective Torres?
Yes.
So, I'm going to object, Judge. We have a police report where this is documented. I'm going to object. We have a police report where this is documented. So you're asking her, did she ever tell the police? But I just, yeah, I'm just referring you to Detective Cypress's report where that's actually stated.
And Judge, I have no further questions. I think I've made my point, so.
Okay. Mr. Gregley?
So, Ms. Furtney, you actually told Detective Cypress that Martice had told you not. You actually told Detective Cypress, Martice told you not to tell the police that he was at Ezra's house. You told the detective that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so if I indicated that was in a report from the detective but not in your written statement, you didn't have complete control of what they included in your written statement, did you?
No, they were writing it themselves. They wouldn't let me write it.
All right. But you were asked some questions about whether that was documented by the police, and you don't know what they write in their reports, do you?
Yeah, no, they told me to briefly go over all the accurate information, and he didn't really invest on telling me direct little details of it.
So you were just asked to walk through the timeline slightly by defense, and the defense indicated to you in a question, on May 9th, you dropped Ezra off, and then you were on your way home, and he...
Wait. She did not say she dropped Ezra off.
I'm sorry, did I say
It dropped Martice off,
Apologize.
yeah.
That you dropped the defendant off at Ezra's, and that you were on your way home, and that the defendant then requested that he wanted you to pick him back up because Ezra was being weird. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
But in fact, the defendant also said to you, he didn't want you to come back until an hour, didn't he? He said
Yes.
wait an hour.
Yes.
So even though he said Ezra was being weird, he still wanted an hour before you got him,
Yes.
which is why you set up the 2:40 time, isn't that right?
Yes.
So you asked the defendant whether he had a gun by verbally asking him that, is that correct?
Yes.
Because you knew your parents did not want him to have anybody have a gun, right?
Right. Yes.
But did you ever search the defendant's backpack to see if he had a gun?
No, I was going to while he was in the shower, but he brought the backpack in with him in the shower.
Okay, so did it occur to you that that might be because he was hiding a gun and didn't want you to find it?
I didn't really think of that. I just thought of maybe his underwear and deodorant is in there, but I didn't really get the chance to search his backpack because
So-
it's not my property.
You took his word for it,
Yes.
and yet he took the backpack with him even in the bathroom in the shower?
Yes.
Or to the shower? Okay, nothing else?
Ms. Schneider, anything?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You are excused. Your next witness.
Ready?
Brian?
That's right.
Are you moving exhibits 53 and 61?
We are?
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Okay. Is Deborah, so just bring her back? Okay. Sure. Okay. All right, is she here? Okay. State's gonna call Kyle Bowens to the stand.
You anticipate this will be a pretty quick witness?
What do you think, Carl? Do you think we'll finish by 5? On Kyle Bowens? Okay. Gotcha.
That's a yes?
We believe so, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
So that box of ammo is up there, but it's been open, it's been closed. You resealed it? Do we have a gun? Where is it? Okay, so is that already marked as an exhibit?
Nope, they're all down over here. Mr. Bowens, come up this way. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. You can take your mask off
Yes, Your Honor.
so you can answer, okay? I do.
So that I'm able to handle it. Sure.
Stay close to that microphone. It works best that way, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Bowens, can you state your first and last name and spell your last name, please, for the record?
Yes, Kyle Bowens, Bowens.
And how old are you, Mr. Bowens?
20 years old.
Back on May 9th of 2019, who were you living with?
My mom.
Mom? And what about your brother?
Yes, my little brother as well.
Okay, you got to speak up in the microphone.
My little brother as well.
Okay, so what's your little brother's name?
Travion.
Okay. And do you have another brother as well?
I do have a twin brother. His name is Nathaniel.
Okay, and was he living at your house with your mom and you for parts of the spring of 2019?
I believe so. He's in the Army, active duty, so he often leaves, and I can't really remember when he's home and not.
At some point during 2019, in the spring of 2019, did you come to allow someone else to live at your house a few days a week?
Yes.
And who was that individual?
Martice.
What's Martice's last name?
Martice Fuller.
And is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, could you indicate where that person's located, point them out, and say what they're wearing today?
He's sitting in the black suit in the middle of the two other people.
Okay, the record will reflect identification of Mr. Fuller. Speak a little louder, okay? But we got it. Okay, next question.
You're nervous, it's hard, but you got to speak right in the microphone, outdoor
If you just
voice.
slide in. Yeah, be right
Okay.
there. Okay, great, there you go.
Mr. Bowens, how did he come to start spending time where he would stay over at your house? How'd that happen?
He had said that he didn't really have a place to go, that he was kind of living different places outside, so we kind of thought it would be the best thing to do for him.
And that was based on his word about that?
Correct.
So was that because the defendant told you that he had no other place to live?
Yeah, he had said that he didn't have anywhere to go.
So had you ever spoken to, for instance, his parents, or had anybody spoken to his parents about whether or he was allowed at their house?
My mom has.
Had some conversation?
My mom spoke to his father.
Okay, what about, did anyone in your family or did you speak to his grandparents to see if he was allowed to live at his grandparents' house?
I don't believe I ever spoke to his grandparents.
Okay, so you took it at his word that he had to live in, that he had no place to live. You don't know if it was because he was refusing to follow rules. You have no other idea other than his word.
Correct. As far as I knew, he just had no other place to stay.
So, Mr. Bowens, during that period of time that he was living with you, did there come to be a time when, so if I indicated that he moved into your house for a few days a week, starting in mid to late April of 2019, does that sound about right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so that would be about 5 weeks before Kaylee Juga is murdered. Does that sound again about right? That it was about 5 weeks before her murder that he started to live with you a few days a week?
I believe so.
And how did you know him before this? How did you know the defendant?
Football.
And so when was the last time you played football with him? Was he a teammate of yours very recently or just years ago?
I believe in 2019 I quit football, so it was probably the year prior, 2 years prior.
But you knew him from then?
Correct.
And was he a continuing friend of yours even after you quit football, or was this a friendship that was renewed just very shortly before he started staying at your house?
It had picked more up before he came over to stay at my house.
And was he also well acquainted with your brother Nate?
Correct. I mostly met him through Nathaniel.
Okay. And so when I said Nate, that's Nathaniel?
Correct.
All right. So he was closer to your brother Nathaniel than he was to you, at least originally?
I would say originally.
And at some point, after he moved in mid to late April, did you come to know that the defendant had a gun?
I'm unsure of the time, like if it was April, but I did eventually find out.
Well, before he moved in, did you already know he had a gun? Or was only after he moved in that you discovered he had a gun? If you know.
I believe it was after he moved in.
Okay, so if it was after, how did you come to know he had a gun? Did you see it? Did he tell you?
I'm unsure, just because of how long, but I believe that he showed it to me at some point.
At some point, did you see the gun?
Yes, he had showed it to me, yes.
So do you think you'd recognize the gun if you saw it?
I would, yes.
Type of gun?
I would recognize the type of gun, yes.
Yep.
Record should reflect that Detective Kinnessy has opened exhibit what?
This is Exhibit 96.
Exhibit 96, and is now being carried by Mr. Grape.
So, Mr. Bowman, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that and tell me worse for wear, but does that appear to be the same thing that the defendant showed you?
It looks pretty similar, so I would say yes.
Okay. You believe that to be the same type of firearm that he showed you?
Yes, it was a black pistol.
Okay. Does it look like it's a little more worn than when you saw it? Like it's got a little more rust and stuff on it?
Rust, dirt, and writing.
Okay. So those are changes from the one you saw?
Correct.
Otherwise, it appears to be the same?
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to ask permission to publish this in whatever the court feels is, so the bullets have been physically removed. People are obviously, many times they're nervous about that. So I'll either, if the court wishes me or bailiff to walk through with the gun.
Have Mark take it and walk through each aisle to show.
Leave it with them long enough so that they will. And Judge, I move admission of the Exhibit 96 based on the testimony thus far.
Any objection?
I guess, can I just clarify, did Mr. Bowen say that that is the gun that he remembers seeing, or did he say it's consistent with the gun that he remembers seeing?
He said it's consistent. Obviously, there are going to be other foundational witnesses who are going to put it in otherwise. But.
Subject to other foundation, I'll receive it, but subject to that established foundation with other witnesses.
Okay.
And
Record should reflect that the bailiff has passed it through the jurors and is returning it to Detective Kinnessy. Okay, continue, Mr. Gravely.
Mr. Bowens, when you saw the firearm, did you know it already to have ammunition in it?
I wasn't unsure of how much, but I knew it had ammo.
You knew it had some?
Yes.
And was there a time when somebody asked you to provide them additional ammo for this gun, for a gun?
Yes.
And who asked you to provide them additional ammunition for a gun?
Martice Fuller.
Was this after he was already staying at your house?
To a certain degree, it wasn't like a full-time type of thing, but he had stayed at my house.
A few days a week?
Correct.
So it was after that time in April where that started, where that arrangement started?
Correct.
And how did he know that you had ammunition, or did he just ask that out of the blue?
It's pretty known that like my mom had multiple weapons in the house, and Yeah, that's how it was known.
And where was the ammunition in your house located at that time? When he asked you, where was it located?
I believe it was in my safe.
Okay.
I believe.
And so after the defendant requested that you provide him ammunition, what did you do?
I told him that he could.
You agreed?
Yes.
And when you agreed to that, how did the defendant get ammunition? Did you hand it to him? Did you have to open the safe? Tell me how that worked.
I believe it eventually was not in my safe. I believe it was probably out somewhere. And then I told him he could grab it, and he had grabbed a certain amount, or.
Did you know how many he grabbed for sure?
About a handful.
Okay. I'm going to show you. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. And what I'm interested in is you taking a look at the box. And tell me if you recognize this as an item originally from your home.
I'm unsure, but I don't remember. I don't remember exactly what the ammunition exactly looked like, but I don't remember him taking the entire box. So I'm unsure.
So if law enforcement came to your house and took this box of ammunition?
Oh yes.
Objection,
yes.
Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson?
He can't tell the witness what may or may not have been taken. He asked him if he recognized that box of ammunition. He said he did not recognize that box of ammunition.
No, he didn't. He said he didn't remember that the defendant took the entire box. That's not what he said.
I think
Okay, go on.
Okay, so my clarifying question does this appear to be the box that the defendant took some ammunition from?
Correct.
Okay, I'm asking you to take a look at that. Does that appear to be the actual box that the defendant grabbed up some ammunition from?
Yes, I believe so.
Does it appear to be changed or altered in any way, the box itself?
The box looks a little more weathered.
Okay, and if I ask you to take a look inside the box, is that how the box looked in terms of the way the ammunition was when he grabbed some out? If you know.
Something along that configuration, there might have been.
Say that again?
Something along that configuration, there might have been more.
Okay. And did you hand him any of the ammunition to your knowledge?
Not that I believe so.
Did the defendant ever tell you why he wanted this ammunition?
For his protection.
Now, Mr. Bowens, originally you spoke to the police on May 14th and gave them a short written statement, correct?
Correct.
And did you leave out some things when you first spoke to them on that first time?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
I was scared.
Of what?
Getting in trouble.
Why did you think you might be in trouble?
Because I was the one who allowed him to take the ammo.
And ultimately on May 16th, did a detective come and speak to you again?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later.
Yes.
And at that time, did you tell the detective that you had provided the ammunition?
Yes.
And gave a written statement about that?
Yes.
So at that point, do you believe you did disclose what you knew?
I told him everything.
Prior to that, had you deleted some of your social media on your phone?
Yes,
Was that for the same reason or a different reason?
it was for a different reason.
Why did you just delete some of the social media on your phone?
I had some pictures that I didn't want the police to see.
Related to any of this?
No, it was,
Something else?
yes.
Okay, what else? Anything else? I don't think we need that, and we haven't told them that, so unless we disclosed it, I don't think it's out there. What's this then? Did you want to show me anything? This is just part of it. Oh, you said that about me. Yes. Mr. Bowens, did the defendant speak in your presence about Kaylee and what he thought about her?
Yes.
And what do you remember him saying after their breakup? In the time you knew him in April and into May of 2019?
Sometimes it would be that he missed her or that he loved her, and then other times it'd be that, say, he was like angry or, upset.
And did he indicate anything about why he was in the issue, why he was having the issues he was having? Did he indicate who was responsible for any of that stuff that was going on in his life?
He would say like either like Kaylee or her parents are causing like distress, or just that they wouldn't let him see her and things like that.
Were you concerned about how focused he was on these things? I mean, you were around him enough. Were you as a human being, as a person, concerned about how that was going, how he was handling that?
Not necessarily at first or anything like that. There was no like apparent signs that anything was going to happen.
I have nothing else.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Bowens, you don't know a lot about guns, right?
I know a fair amount from the Army, but not an extended knowledge, no.
When you were shown the gun that was in the box that Mr. Gravely had, you said that it was similar to the gun you had seen, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you don't know whether it is the specific gun that you saw in April of 2019?
I would say there's no way of me for sure knowing, but it closely resembled and looked like the weapon that I saw.
You didn't take down serial numbers and things like that, right?
No.
Now, Mr. Gravely asked you about deleting some of your apps off your phone, right?
Yes.
And you said that it was related to something else.
Yes.
Something else that you thought you might get in trouble for.
Not necessarily, just stuff that I probably did not want them to see.
Something that you didn't want the police to see, right?
Correct. Due to the nature of the photos.
When Martice was living with you, he would live like half the week at your house and then half the week with his family, right?
It could be half the week at our house. It could be a little less, or there was no real schedule. As far as staying at his family's house or with his family, I'm not too sure where he was staying when he was not at my house. As far as I know, he had stayed outside a couple times.
Do you remember telling the police on May 14th that Martice would stay your house half the week and he'd stay with family the rest of the week?
I do not remember, but it's possible.
That sounds right to you?
It could, yes.
Those are all my questions.
Anything? Mr. Gravely, anything?
The thing you didn't want people to see on your phone were pictures of your girlfriend, is that right?
Pictures of my girlfriend and myself.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bowens. Thank you. I think that's it for today? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is important to all the parties that are involved. Keep your minds open until all of the evidence has been received and all the testimony has been made, and the court instructs you on what the law is. Don't discuss this case with anyone, not even among yourselves or anyone else in the whole world. And we'll see you tomorrow at 8:15 again, okay? Thank you so much for a long day. Okay, and we're going to do the same as last night. Let them get out.
Same as last night.
Same as last night. We'll stay snug here until they're sort of off on their way to their cars, and then we'll leave, okay?